Good morning. Good morning. Wolf and Spawn. There is but one time zone. A primary time zone, if you will. And in that time zone, it is just after 5 p.m. I won't hear any of this. I won't hear any of this. How are you doing today, Wolf and Spawn? Data Nerd, good to see you. Moscow Hosko, how you doing? Yeah, this is a bit out of the norm for us. I'm not usually streaming on Fridays at all. Oh my god, yesterday was not happening. There was too much crap to get done. There still is. There still is a lot of crap to get done, but at the moment, at least, none of it is time sensitive, so I can take a break in the air conditioning. And you like it, Data Nerd? Yeah, that's not the best picture. It's a little washed out because there's a lot of daylight coming in at that point. I'll try to get a better picture of it. Hethrear is going to be hanging out this weekend and for a few days next week, and we're going to be playing some games out there, so I'm going to get some action shots of what it looks like in use. I mostly took that photo because I wanted to show, that's where I'm thinking of putting the sort of overview primary camera, and then another camera looking down on the table from a bird's eye view, and then a third camera on a little tripod that I can sort of move around for like a model's eye view. This is my thinking. This is my thinking, and while I want to play some games with you guys, I think we're going to start off kind of slow with some grid-based board games and the like. I think we could do more complex games. I think we can do like full-on war games, contingent on the notion that, I mean, here's the thing. If I'm playing a war game like 40k or Gates of Antares or Maelstrom's Edge or something like that against chat here on Twitch, we're going to have to trust one another. We're going to have to extend that olive branch of trust. And, well, grid-based is easy because you can be like, I move my character 3 grid squares that way. When you're moving with a tape measure, it can be a little bit more complicated. But if you communicate your intent to me and the distance that you want to move, etc., we should be able to actually play some games and have a good time. Will it be the most competitive experience? Probably not. But I don't think it ever was gonna be. I don't think that was the point. Wombat Combat Prime, how are you doing today, my friend? Datron Voltaria, pleasure to see you as always. Skipped yesterday for your niece's birthday, and instead I streamed. I did it because of that. Yeah, no, that's why we're here. I'm gonna move my chat bar to a place where I can. Oh my god! Well, I feel very stupid. I knew that I could pop my chat out, but for some reason I never tried moving my popped out chat box away from the actual OBS window. Turns out I can do that, but I'll bet if I then click on my main window, yeah, it goes behind it, unfortunately. Oh well. I can still put it right here on the edge of the screen, where it's real easy for me to see without having to look all the way across 2 monitors. Well, you know, we learn something new every day, don't we, folks? Or at least we should try. We should try to learn something new every day. Moscow Hosko, how you doing today, man? You doing well? I'm glad to hear that. Have we seen you in chat before? I don't recognize the name, but it's always good to have new people. Yeah, where's my we don't do that here meme, White Wolf? How you doing today, man? Working and lurking. Isn't that the life? Isn't that the life, Wombat? I need to come down there. I was just talking to Porrick the other day from Night's Watch. I haven't reconnected with that guy in fucking forever, but he's awesome. I need to come back down and go visit Night's Watch. He's like set up another like cosplay store next to it now. I guess it's been pretty successful, which is pretty cool. Did you have a bad day yesterday, White Wolf? I'm sorry to hear that. Being able to concentrate is a good thing. So is not being tired all bloody day. Yeah, I was kind of there too. Around the time that I would have started streaming, I was exhausted and I was crusted in, you know, like, I don't know if you've ever used a paint gun. Not like an airbrush, but, you know, like the industrial airless, or not airless. The big paint gun where you drop the thing down into the 5-gallon bucket. You used it, yeah. So then, you know, after a while of using that, especially indoors, you just have this this layer, this like crust of microscopic paint particulate all over your body. Oh, it was terrible. I hate that. You gotta scrub it off. Vergaderung, in the general channel, you can see a picture of, yeah, well, White Wolf, I did wear a disposable suit when I was doing it. It just happens that it was, you know, an old pair of t-shirt, an old t-shirt and a pair of jeans. This is what it was. I'm not gonna buy, like, a paper zip-up suit for every time I run the paint gun. I guess I could. No. No, I can't admit fault now. That would look weak. We can't have that. Oh, but yeah, I posted up a picture of Vergaderung. It's not the best picture, it's not totally finished yet, but it has the new wall color, which is so much better than the old wall color. I don't know what the hell I was thinking with that. White Wolf, here's for you. I don't know what I was thinking with that wall color. The walls out there are kind of shitty. That bunkhouse is almost 100 years old. That bunkhouse, yeah, I'm gonna have my nice camera, my G7 is gonna look straight down from that light track onto the table for a bird's eye view. And then from the perspective of the camera is going to be the primary overall view camera, and then we're gonna have another camera on a tripod that I can move around for a model's eye view, which I think is gonna be cool. So if we're playing a war game where, you know, line of sight matters, and you're like, I want to shoot that guy with this guy, I can take the camera and show you the line of sight for it. You know, it's gonna be experimental. We're just gonna try it. We're gonna see how it goes. I think it sounds like a lot of fun, particularly as we move forward into... Summer's gonna be a little rough because it gets hot out there, but the next thing I need to add to that room is a much better climate control system. It'll be easier in the fall and winter. We'll have some hot times in the summer, but I have a little window AC unit you can see there. Well, we'll get some games rolling. I'm not sure how I'll integrate it into the streaming schedule, but if it gets me... See, here's what I figure. I started this stream to get me doing design and painting more and more regularly, right? Well, now I'm doing that. I want to play more fucking games, and 2020's been real hard on that front. And, it's ramping back up, but we could do more gaming. We could do more gaming, and we could do it right here, and I don't see why the hell not. Plus, if people come to visit me, we can just stream the actual game that we're playing, which I think sounds like a good time. Long hours in a tractor coming out. Yeah, it's been that way for last month or so. Wolf and Spawn. Late spring there, I had to pull the Kubota out and give it its full checkup and drain the fucking transmission and put in all the new transmission fluid, and it was a pain in the ass. But it's running now, and we're putting the hours in on it. I think the model's eye view is a really good idea. Dodge, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. You know, there's so many other benefits, though, White Wolf. Just not being around people is a huge benefit for me. It means a lot. It means a lot to me. I hate living close to other human beings. I loathe it. I need my space. I need my buffer. So we're going to be doing a little bit of 3D design today, starting from scratch. I don't have that much of a plan, but we're going to start from the bottom up. We're going to have to design some ball joints, because I have the idea of... In my head, here's how this mech is broken up, okay? And I've sort of absorbed the ideas from a number of other mech designers. I've done a number of single-piece printable mechs. You've seen that. Colonel Matthew Steiner and the Happy Heretic. I knew there was a reason I should pop a stream on a Friday. We get some fresh faces we haven't seen in a little while. How you doing, Colonel Matthew Steiner? People are the worst. Dude, they are. Dude, they are. People are the fucking worst. They're like, this is the duality of man. People are the best and people are the worst. I enjoy being around some people some of the time, but for the most part, when I'm just like trying to do my thing, trying to live my life, everybody get the fuck away from me. Stop looking at me. This seems like the attitude of someone who puts a camera in his room and streams randomly to the internet, right? I'm so full of shit, it's crazy. Riding/racing motorcycles all summer. Holy shit. Colonel Matthew Steiner, you adrenaline junkie, man. That's nuts. You been winning? Because you know what they say, if you ain't first, you're last. I think that's just Ricky Bobby who says that. What was I saying? I was saying something. I can't remember what now. Got a story. Your idiot colleague drove your Kubota tractor through a boundary. Oh, God. I hear that and I just think, like, oh, there's gonna be barbed wire fucking tangled around axles and shit, and I wouldn't want to deal with that, like, at all. Like, at all. Trotsky, good to see you, man. You work customer support, fuck people. It's, you know... I like people. I like a lot of people. I like individuals, and I think the best of most. What am I trying to say? I hate the masses of humanity. I hate the anonymous mobs. I loathe them. I want them to stay away from me. Or I want to interface with them in a very controlled setting for a very, very particular period of time and then run away and take a shower and not talk to them for like a week. Generally speaking. Still waiting for replacement parts from Japan? Ah, that sucks. Can only use the tractor in daylight hours. Oh no, 20,000? Yeah, guys, be careful with your tractor. This is why I'm being very careful to just maintain mine very carefully and not break it. I don't know what model you have, Wolf and Spawn. We've got the Kubota L3100, is that right? I can see it in my head. I want to say that there's an L, and I know that there's a 1, a 3, and at least 2 zeros. 3100? It's a pretty big one. I'll have to go look at it. That thing needs a bath. Right now it's covered in dirt. It's terrible. Thanos did nothing wrong. I think it's funny to me. I don't know. We're not going to drop any spoilers for MCU stuff, but Thanos has definitely been reduced to kind of like small fries in the MCU at this point. They're like, we gotta dial it up. We gotta dial it up for the next phase. And they just took all the Infinity Stone Thanos bullshit and were like, that's silly nonsense. It didn't really matter. We're gonna deal with some other crazy villains now. And you know what? I'm in favor of it. I think it's fun. I've enjoyed Loki. I finished it the other day. You know what I just started watching? And we'll get started on design here in a second. I'm just, man, it's... I'm not gonna be streaming for the next 2. I'm not gonna be here Sunday, I'm not gonna be here Tuesday. Hethriar's gonna be visiting. I mean, like, I could stream, but I'd be like, hey, Hethriar, my guest and one of my oldest friends, go sit in that room and twiddle your thumbs while I stream on Twitch for a few hours. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that, and we're not ready to stream a game in the game room, otherwise I would do that, but I'm hoping we can do that this summer. We're working on it, forgot it wrong. We are working on it. And then people can come visit me and we can do guest stream games. And I think that's going to be a good time. We can play some 40k, we can play some Gates of Antares, we can play some Maelstrom's Edge, we can play some Battletech. All the good ones, all the hits, all the favorites. He could harass me in person. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't think we want to do that. Almost everything's been better than Falcon and the Winter Soldier, though, Happy Heretic. Like, I liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but it was much weaker than the other 2 entries. I think Loki's the best entry so far. Even if the last episode of... I'm sorry, minor spoilers, not really huge spoilers. I'm just gonna say the last episode of Loki is pretty much just a commercial for the continuing MCU. Like, the whole episode is just like, tune in next time on Marvel! Like, yeah, I get it. I get it. You're gonna make more. That's fine. How you doing today, Hardy? Picked up an ARC Trooper box for Star Wars Legion this last week. Been having fun assembling them, but damn, airbrushing white sucks. Dude, painting white is a pain in the ass. Hardy, if I can recommend anything to you, one of my most used colors. I think my 2 most used colors for painting white, for painting Stormtroopers and clones in particular, has been Reaper Tempest Gray and then Vallejo Wolf Gray. And between those, and then, like, because if you airbrush them like Tempest Gray or even a much darker blue gray, and then hit them with either a zenithal coat or a dry brush of Wolf Gray, which is a very slightly blue light gray, and then do the final edge highlight in pure white, and I mean not much white at all, I mean just hit the edges for the most part, you can get a pretty good white gradient. Using Corax white, applying apothecary white contrast afterwards. See, that's what I'm saying, though, is white is a tricky color. Like painting black, for the most part of the trick is not using white or black. If you're painting white, don't use white. If you're painting black, don't use black, or use it so sparingly. Using the Daler Rowney ink and stuff. I like the Daler Rowney inks. They're pretty effective. And yeah, Corax white is particularly chalky, particularly grainy. I'm not sure why that is. You would have thought that they could have worked that out by now. But they kind of just have. I guess they've been developing a lot of products. They might not have revisited the Citadel paint line for a while. WandaVision was good for the last 2 episodes. Yeah, I thought WandaVision's last 2 episodes were pretty good. They did sort of just descend into like, and then they're gonna fly around and shoot lasers at each other, which... I'm glad that they kind of pulled back from that, but for a good portion of the last episode, it was just flying around shooting lasers at each other, which was not particularly interesting. I feel like the new Captain America beating a man to death in a public square on YouTube should have been a bigger deal. I think that John Walker was probably my favorite character in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That's Wyatt's, Wyatt Russell, Kurt Russell's son. And I really liked the way that he portrayed that character. It wasn't perfect, it definitely had some weaknesses, but there was some good nuance. And as a veteran, I can appreciate, to a degree, a lot of what they were going for with the downfall of U.S. Agent. The notion that if he does things, like if he's good at his job at the right time, when people who don't do his job tell him to be, he gets awards, and he gets, lionized, he gets hailed as a hero at home, but then someone catches him on camera doing essentially the exact same thing, just doing his job, just reacting to the trauma of the life that he took on for their sake. Now he's a villain. And that's not fair. That's not fair at all. Was it right that he beat a man to death with Captain America's shield? No. Was it ironic that he beat a man to death with Captain America's shield minutes after that man professed being a fan of Captain America? Yes, that was ironic as fuck. I appreciated that. But he'd done worse. And he'd been called a hero for it. And he does it at the wrong time, but he does it for a personal reason, and now he's a villain. And it's not fair. It's not fair what we do to our soldiers, to our people. And the show touched on that kind of briefly. Didn't dive too far into it. I'm hoping maybe we get into some of that in the actual... I assume that he's going to get a U.S. Agent show. I don't know. I don't know what Disney Plus's plans are. But I hope so. Yeah, he's not Captain America, but it's not fair to expect anyone to be Captain America, because Captain America was an anomaly. There's no one like Steve Rogers, and I think that they recognize that even within the universe. It's like, just don't even try to be Steve Rogers. He was something else, very, very unique. Really, I've had bad experiences with Corax White, but that could just be me. Let's do some designing. What do you say? Okay. Yeah, they kind of like... They did some good stuff with Zemo, but it was mostly them retconning what they had written for him in Civil War. And I appreciate that, because in Civil War he wasn't really a very interesting character, in my opinion. WandaVision went on for too long. I think it was 2 episodes too long, almost exactly, Data Nerd. I think that a good amount of the first 2 episodes could have been completely trimmed out, because it was just like, oh, there's mysterious things happening, and not everything is as it seems. And I'm like, no fucking shit. I'm watching like a 1950s Andy Griffith style show starring Wanda and the Vision. Like, I know something's not right. The premise of the show is something weird is going on, and you haven't attempted to hide it in any way. So tantalizing me with little clues that something might not be right when everything's obviously wrong is just a waste of fucking time. And I get that they wanted to go through a number of different shows and move through the eras, but they got lost up their own ass a couple of times there. All in all, though, WandaVision was a great show. They pulled it together by the end. A few weaknesses in the ending, but I think altogether it was a pretty good show. I enjoyed it, certainly. I've been watching Invincible. I haven't finished it yet, so no spoilers. I think I'm on like episode 6. That fucking show is blowing my mind. It is, again, not perfect, but it is pretty good. Let me pull up my reference for myself here. Alright. So I guess we're gonna start with the legs as we've done before. So what I'm thinking about this mech, generally speaking, I've built a lot of multi-pose mechs, and I'm not a huge fan of the multi-pose legs, and I'll tell you why. Essentially what I'm going to do with this is rip off the way that Games Workshop has been doing multi-pose models since, like, the year 2000. Which is to say they have a series of pre-pose leg sets that are stable. You have, like, 3 to 5 sets of legs in different poses, standing, walking, lunging, so on and so forth. And then on top of that, you have, like, a ball joint, and that's the first multi-pose connection is going up into the torso. And then you can have the shoulders, and I'm not sure if I want to do, like, elbows, wrists, and all that stuff, but certainly shoulders, torso, and head. So the idea being, no, not how they do it now. They have moved to full single-piece figures, and I think at their scale that makes perfect sense. I really like the single-pose figures that Games Workshop does now. For something like Battletech, where you're not likely to be fielding 30 to 150 models, where even if you're playing Alpha Strike, you might be fielding 12 to 24 total figures, I think that multi-pose makes more sense. Yeah, no, I really do like the single-pose figures for, I want to do it Cybran style. Not quite as extreme. We're going to dial it back a little bit from Cybran. This is something that I told him I wished I had in some of his mechs a little while ago, so we're just going to try it, where you have a series of leg sets so that you don't have to pose the legs, so you don't have to flatten the feet. You can just glue the legs down and then build the mech on top of that. It's going to make the whole assembly job a lot easier, assuming I can make it work. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and save this guy. Wait, why are you... Okay, here we go. Make a new folder for the Trenchy. Trenchy Prime. I'm going to pull over one of my previous mechs just for sizing purposes, so I've got some place to start from. And we're just going to start with our basic Dugram. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, it's been a busy few days. So, Fusion updated itself, and it has been kind of pissing me off. First of all, it undid all of my shortcuts, so I've had to remap, like, a bunch of them, and there's still a bunch that I haven't gotten back to because I haven't used the function yet, so I'm probably going to have a few moments like that where I got to remap some shortcuts. The other thing it's doing now is, when I drag files into other projects now, the orientation is off by 90 degrees, and I don't know why they would change that. It used to be perfect. Everything was oriented precisely how it is to the origin point in the original file, but now it's rotated 90 degrees from the origin point, and I don't know why, but I wish that they hadn't changed that. Okay. And I'm going to want him to be about the same size, so I'm going to use this as my basic reference for building up his legs. let's take a look at our foot assembly here. It's a little bit simpler. Make myself a construction plane, and I'm just going to start from the inside of the foot, making it roughly the same width. No reason to vary too much. Make our basic sketch and figure out what kind of profile we want on this. What if in lore there was a manufacturer that shared components like that so they could mix and match bits to make poses and such in-game? They kind of talk about that a little bit in the lore of Battletech with interchangeable parts and stuff. It's just that I think if they were designing it now, you'd have mechs with a lot more parts in common that you could do that with, because that's become more in vogue, but at the time everything had to be very unique. I'm going to start us here. 13 millimeters back. It's a fairly simple shape that I can kind of work up from there. So let's go ahead and do this guy at about like that angle. We'll end up expanding this a little bit to create the full ankle later. And slightly softer ankle coming back here. This will be our basic shape that we can then modify. Sugar. About 6. Maybe not quite that much. 5.5, 5.75, 5.65, 5.6. Yeah, let's do 5.6. Alright, now you can disappear. A couple of real simple chamfers just to get the basic profile in. They look about the same. Don't know any of the lore, but that could be something like a group of organized scrappers and outlaws who make mechs out of whatever parts they find, and the combinations can range from practically useless to devastating. It's one of my favorite parts of the lore, are scrapped together junk mechs and periphery crap, but it's not as popular these days. That 0.7. And let's expand that upwards a little bit. Oh my god. Riot Sister raiding me? How lucky can one man get? Riot Sister, how you doing tonight? How'd your Strizime go? Oh, I know the problem. This is the other thing it's been doing, is turning on design fucking... It's just really frustrating to me. They updated their software and it destroyed all of my pre-established settings. It is very frustrating indeed. Personally, my favorite kind of robots are trash bots. Yeah, I like the agrimechs and stuff that they had in Dark Age 2, Sewer Creature. Riot Sister, how we doing tonight? How are things?
Hello there.
Let's control this a little bit. Bring this up a little bit high. Why are you doing that? I know why you're doing that, because you did this again. Stop it. There we go. When it is capturing design history, it does all kinds of funny things that I guess some people want it to do, but I decidedly do not. Been stabbing stuff for a few hours. What you been playing, Riot Sister? Not when they're fighting each other, Sumitha. more control over that angle. I think that'll be good. I want this to be steeper, though. That's looking more like it. Let's see if we can't make some chamfers that don't look completely like crap. Let's go with a 0.6. It's not bad. We can cut in on that. Anyone here ordered from a website called Imperial Terrain? I have purchased STLs from Imperial Terrain in the past, Hardy. Stitching Boba Fett. Ooh. I'm gonna have to see some pictures. Alright, I'm gonna make a cut in here. Let's go with 0.5 millimeter in, full millimeter in, 3/4. That's looking pretty good. Take these out. Split you. Nope, not there. Right there. I think go ahead and drop all these faces in by 0.5 millimeter. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, that's a bit aggressive, actually. That's not bad. Literally just some rows of blue, just working on the sky. Well, he needs some place to fly into with his badass jetpack, Riot Sister. If you don't make the sky, where will Boba Fett fly? I'm a poet, and I was not aware of that fact. Meaning for physicals, still don't own a printer yourself, interested in some of their command post terrain. It is my understanding, Hardy, that Imperial Terrain stuff is generally pretty high quality. Generally speaking, pretty high quality. I have not personally heard any complaints about their stuff. The only complaint I've heard about Imperial Terrain is that they can short their makers a bit on the overall profits from their files. Their deals are not the best when it comes to licensing files through them. This needs to be larger. Non-uniform. Let's expand you this way. 1.05. Okay. I think maybe just a little bit smaller, like 0.95. 95%. That's feeling pretty good. Bring this face up just a little bit. Yeah, they do print at 0.2, I think, for Gadarung. So you are going to wind up with some layer lines, but I don't think they're that bad. I don't think they're that bad. Alright, so we are going to want... looks like a raised portion. That's what it looks like to me. So what I want to do is give myself a construction plane halfway through here. Like right there, for instance. Slightly different on the inside of the foot as compared to the outside of the foot. So I'll have a slightly different shape, but an overall split right about here. and just take this out entirely. Like so. Oh, he really did Sumitha. It's a great design, and I'm looking forward to delving deeper on this one. I think just to exaggerate the details a bit, I'm going to drop this in one, just by 0.1. And then we'll probably just narrow the heel in general. Yeah, is Warframe still going? I know it got pretty popular for a while there. It's an interesting idea, Sumitha. You mean the nose art or the Mad Cat itself? Give this a little bit of something spicy. I want everything to be too blocky, so we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of an angle on the foot. Probably not as much as 10, let's just do 5 degrees on the front. I do want to keep these chamfers even, though. Go. The Mad Cat itself? We should talk about that, Sumitha. That could certainly happen. Let's just make a box to finish this off. Alright. And this is going to be slightly different on each side, so let's just do 2 sides. This is the outside of the foot where it is kind of like that. 1.9, and this one's going to come out further. 2.4 seems to do it. Well, I hope you find some good nuts and berries for Gadarong, at the very least. And a real basic foot shape to work here. I like that pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and build the ankle shroud before I continue detailing anything here. Okay. Let's see here. There's a little bit of an angle there, but not too much of one. And then it's pretty flat across the back, but it's angled inwards. The rest of it conforms mostly with the shape of the foot. Okay. Where'd my construction plane go? Let's keep you out. You're going to come down at a shallow angle and then come straight back. Until you get to about here. It's like just before, and then a little upward angle. Probably gonna be KFC. Hey man, get me some chicken. Give me some of that spicy extra crispy. That's the business. Should work. Then we can work on doing some angles. Two distances is what we're looking for here. Bring this in until it's about in the middle there, and then we're going to want to come significantly further back, down to about right there. Split you on our construction plane real quick. And, oh, you know what I should do before I do anything else is I should start making my components. If I don't do it now, I'm going to run into problems real quick, like. Subdivide later. Is this the Krusty Krab? What's up, Shezza Gaming? How we doing? No Krusty Krab today. This is the much maligned Trenchbucket. Well, let's undo that. Let's do this draft first. Real soft. I think 5 degrees is good enough. That'll do. Been pretty good. I've been pretty good, Shezza. How have things been for you? Been busy. Real busy. Man, the summer months can be a real bitch. And the back is going to have a jet on it, but is mostly unadorned other than that. And that's just fine by me. Go ahead and construct the basic shin here, and then work in the calf muscle portions. That's not a real link. Yeah, no, it does that anytime you put dot anything here on Twitch. It's like, obviously you wanted to post a link. Moved in with your boyfriend, got a permanent paint studio, started working at the morgue. Well, that's that took a turn. That all seemed very positive. I assume that, you know, I mean, working is good. Some people will probably be more amused to work at a morgue than others, to be fair. We have what is kind of like a central keel, so I'm going to go ahead and construct that for starters. Adjust some of these angles. A little far back. I think I can correct that. Widen you out. I want the full width of this. And I'm just doing a standard 45-degree chamfer in. Actually, I don't want the standard 45. Something a little different. Happy Man O'Coral with 17 months of subscribing. O'Coral, how are you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Working at the morgue is fun. Help with autopsies and COVID research. That'd be wonders for my... Oh my god, excuse me. Oh no. I'm gonna be a little sleepy today. I apologize. I've just been working my ass off this week. Oh, I heaved a bunch of concrete blocks into a tractor scoop today. 2 or 3 times, which doesn't sound like that much, but when they're the size of your torso, each one kind of takes it out of you. I can get down on a little morbidity. That can be fun. Done wonders for your knowledge of flesh and viscera tones. Yeah, I could believe that. Got an order in from Steel Warrior. Love the new Trinity City designs. Gonna paint up some slums. Tropic. I'm glad to hear it, man. I'm always happy to hear that people are satisfied with what they get. Are the commands not working? They should be. Oh, no, it didn't. Hang on. What are you doing, bot? Why are you not connected? I just hit connect. Give it a minute and then try it again. I don't know why the Twitch bot disconnected itself. Excuse me. Bring this angle up just a little bit. Maybe not quite that extreme. Maybe like 5 degrees. Yeah, that can work. Do this. Oh, I don't have anything printing right now.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead. Put it back on camera.
It's a damn shame. I don't have anything printing right now because I'm actually in the process of setting up my new,
Here at Thunderhead Studio,
Elegoo
we
Neptune
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more. Let's take these out, redo my angle. Give myself a little more space here for starters. I'm gonna
Look,
want it when it comes time to pose.
I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. And let's give it that 5-degree bump. It's gonna like that. Gotta get in all the ones that weren't done before, obviously. Got too many minis, there's no such thing. Oh, Coral, weeping openness, there's no such thing. Even enough minis isn't really a thing. Not really. Oh, that's a mistake. Just tweaking away. Getting everything to be just so. You'd recommend the Elgato over the Anycubic? Oh, you mean the Elegoo? I couldn't personally recommend the Elegoo over the Anycubic because I have not used it. I've heard perfectly good things about Anycubic. The Elegoo is the only brand of resin printer that I have personally used. I own the Mars and the Mars 2. Well, White Wolf, that command doesn't generally apply to this style of stream. If I'd been thinking, I would have turned it off. But I apparently wasn't, so I didn't. Let's get rid of you, and let's do a face move. So, hey, what's up, Roland? It's good to see you, man. That seems about right, but I'm going to want to shorten the front a little bit with that change. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. What's up, Amish Stig? Came up with proof clanners are not witty. Not once have they referred to reproductive cells as random nucleotide generators, which gives praise RNGesus a whole new connotation. Has anyone ever argued that the clanners are witty? That doesn't seem like a defining feature of literally any part of their civilization. Not even the people who like the clans would claim that they're particularly witty. I don't think. Sushi dinner took longer than I thought. My God, tell me you didn't rush through a sushi dinner to come watch me do this. In the name of all things holy on earth, tell me that did not happen. Go enjoy your damn sushi, Roland. Okay, good. Praise be. Also, did you bring some for the rest of the class? shame. A damn shame. Let's mirror these up. Stop selecting faces. There we go. This is a decent start. Let's go ahead and create our rear keel jump jets, which, based on their angle, we're going to need a steeper angle here, too. Get away from me, fly! There's one fly. There's one fly in my office. It's always here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I kill it. It gets replaced. It's very, very frustrating. There aren't flies in the rest of the house. There's just the one in my office. I hate fly season out here. There's really nothing you can do about it. It's just at a certain point, flies exist out here, and it doesn't matter how many times I spray or how many I kill. They always find some place to breed. It's so frustrating. Crimson Angel, I'm running Fusion 360 at the moment. Ah. Oh, not 120 degrees, 10 degrees. And then bring this in tighter. Get my plane, my center plane here, and let's construct something vaguely like the jump jet that he has here. Where would the Shadowhawk's knee be? Let's go ahead and just put a knee joint kind of right here for reference. Maybe move it back a little bit. There we go. Go for a nice even 2. Come all the way up into our prospective knee joint. Make you symmetrical. Give you a slice. About here. I'm going to be doing a lot of adjusting as we move forward. I'm just trying to get the main pieces blocked out here. Probably take this forward a bit. I feel like some of my angles might be too steep, but we'll find out. Ducks are beginning to go after bugs. That is a damn fine function for a duck, let me tell you. Real water washable resin. Oh, hang on, what are we seeing? Hold on. No washing or curing machines. If you got the Elegoo and I need to buy anything else. So I wash mine. I just use a series of plastic bins that I cycle water through, and then what you do is, after it's become kind of saturated with resin, after you've washed in it a number of times, I just let it sit for a while to settle, and then I set it out in the sun, and all the resin will generally cure into like a film or a block on the bottom, and then I throw that away, dump out the water, refresh the water. I haven't found much need for a wash station, though the cure station, I do have the Elegoo... What's it called? Mercury 1, which is just a cure station, that thing is worth the money. You can build one like it yourself, but it's worth the money to just get one that works. Yeah, if you're that's for water washable resin. If you're using normal resins, a cure station would probably be better for those, so that you're spending less time actually handling caustic chemicals like IPA. I would be careful if you're using regular resin and thus using isopropyl alcohol as your rinsing agent. 9 times out of 10, someone can put isopropyl alcohol into an ultrasonic cleaner and it'll be just fine, but that other time, you should just always be very, very cautious, because isopropyl alcohol is incredibly flammable, and if in an ultrasonic cleaner, it is allowed to aerosol into an enclosed container, and then for whatever reason is ignited by anything, what you have made is a bomb, and a shockingly powerful one. So I generally don't advise putting IPA into ultrasonic cleaners. Is it likely to happen? No. Is it possible? Yes. Are the results of its possibility devastating? Oh, absolutely. You don't want that. That's a bad time for everybody. Now, this is an interesting structure that Project Dark Fox has put at the top of the knee. I'm just kind of seeing it here. Like the whole knee is kind of constructed out of almost a half circle. That is interesting. Actually, a slight angle here is going to help me. Stop disappearing, plane. I want you to stay all the time. Damn, the proportions on this are interesting. I'm gonna want that to be further forward. Almost like this. Even then, I'll be cutting a big chunk out of it. I'm gonna want to expand this a fair amount, I think. Just add 10% to it for starters. Actually, I'm going to take that angle out of it. Let's just go straight up and down for this portion. What's up, Smack Weasel? How we doing? Right now, I'm just on a mouse. I have a Huion tablet that I use for sculpting in, like, ZBrush. It's not as effective for CAD programs like this. But for, like, ZBrush or Blender, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, Smack Weasel. For CAD stuff like this, where you're using lots of shapes and sketches, I think mouse and keyboard is just better. Like, I'm not really sure what I would do with a tablet in this environment. But for something like ZBrush, where you're like, particularly if you make files in CAD and then modify them in another program, because you can create your hard surfaces and then go in with a pen and a stylus rather, and modify them from there. Let's just give a very slight curvature to this guy here. Very slight. I said slight, not extreme. Calm down. And I want to expand that one line, so I have to eliminate this one for the moment. There we go. How can I extend that? I wonder. I've got an idea. Yeah, that can work. I'm going to leave that out for now. There's the basic shape. So let's make this and then cut pieces out of it. What do you say? Really wish I could find a Monarch / Vanguard Titan line art that's like your template. It's the only thing that's keeping me from making a blueprint of Blunderthud. Yeah, I don't know that they did any art like that for Titanfall. It might be in some of the concept art. It's entirely possible. Yeah, and Sheza, the thing about 3D design too is most of it is just learning how the tools work. It just takes time. It just takes time and practice. You just pick some basic things that you want to work on, and the best advice I can give for learning 3D design is just fuck with it until it looks like you want it to look. I know that doesn't seem very helpful, but ultimately that's how things get made. And the more you do it, the more tricks you'll pick up, and the more of a style you'll develop. Nope, calm down. You just go from 1 to 0 in no time flat, don't you? Why does it want to do that? It's crazy. Hang on. Why did it do that in the first place? That cut was not what I wanted it to be. I guess it's because this is flat on the end. That's alright though. I can make my own. Go back. I guess I've just got to carry it all the way through. I thought that it would follow the curvature after I set the new one, but it clearly does not want to do that. Let's get rid of you entirely. And let's just make it ourselves, shall we? This needs to come out at a slight angle to about right here. And then this should be a nice soft curve coming all the way down to right above this central keel. A little more pronounced. Nothing crazy. A little more pronounced. That looks pretty good. And then we'll have a cut in right here. Nope, don't do that. Remove this line so it doesn't try to chop down through. Thank you. Now let's... Yes. Get that sketch back. Get rid of this. Grab this portion here and extend that out to the other edge. Needs to be curved back a little bit more. Take these extra faces out. Get rid of this sketch. And we'll go ahead and move this face, rotating it along the bottom axis. That is a little bit better, and then we can repeat that here. And I think thicken it. Actually, you know what this needs? Just to rotate from this axis back a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Let's do 12 degrees. Getting there. Gonna blame that completely on Blender. Wait, hold on. Last time I tried Blender, I was to make an F-16, then I changed the angle and it looked like a crashed F-16. Yeah, Blender's a great piece of software, don't get me wrong. It's a fantastic piece of software. Most importantly, it's free, and it can do almost anything. But the learning curve is like running face first into a fucking brick wall. It's rough. It's a rough time.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Oh, Chaotic. What would we do without your voice in the stream? We'd be significantly more boring, more than likely. We're kind of getting where I want it to be. I'm going to go ahead and create the calf to flesh this out a little bit, and then we can continue modifying. I am going to take a very short bio break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to leave you on this screen so you can see just what we've done so far. Not a whole lot of work yet today. Not a whole lot of work yet today, but we have a couple more hours of design time to go. I will be right back, so don't go anywhere. Because if you do, I'll know, and I'll fucking come find... No, I won't. I won't have any idea. No, this isn't that kind of stream. It's not that kind of community, guys. Alright, I will be right back as soon as I can find the button that I'm trying to push, which is someplace, conceivably, What? Why isn't it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Buttons! booga, 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 boo. How's it going, folks? Let's get back to it. Alright, so I want to make... I don't really want to make a sketch. I think I just want to make a quad sphere and modify it. Start it right here. Make it a little smaller, more like 7. Make it symmetrical. This away. Yeah, that seems about right. And start working. How you doing today, T-Square? Good to see you. Bring you up higher. And I think maybe back a little bit. Like so. Bring you in pretty significantly. Yeah. And then start pulling these down to get the shape that I want, which is going to be down but also swept back a little bit. Pretty tight in across the back. It's looking right to me. Now let's tighten you up. Bring these in a little bit. Hang on, let me see. Actually, flatten this whole thing out a little bit. Middle should be thicker than top or bottom on the front view. Yeah. Yeah. Almost certainly. It looks like it's a little bit bottom heavy, but it has a pretty steady curvature across it. I just want to adjust this, I realize, because this is not right. It's looking more like I want it to. It looks like it's a little flattened across the top too, but I can do that afterwards. Comes nearly up to that point, but doesn't quite cross it. And it narrows a little bit towards the top two. Obviously, it doesn't have to be exact, but Project Dark Fox went to all the effort of creating this amazing sketch. I'd like to recreate it in real spaces as faithfully as I'm able. I only plan on making 1 or 2 major changes to it. Major is a strong word for what I'm planning to do, even. Goes across the entirety of that chamfer, which is definitely what I do want. Want the curvature to just cover that. Damn, how'd you end up all the way down here? Does not need to be that extreme. If anything, we want this to cut in a little bit more. Oh, we're getting close. Definitely getting close. Let's expand the bottom a little bit. That should cross over and connect into the jump jet just a little bit, kind of just like that. I think that's pretty good. Then the teeniest bit more down here. Now it's leaning forward, and I don't want that. I want to adjust the overall shape. Some of my extreme points are in odd positions. We can fix that. And then adjust manually inward from there. That's looking more like it. Maybe if I drop you back. Yeah, that's looking more like it. What did I think of Loki? I liked it. I enjoyed Loki. What's up, Gus Schultz? Good to see you. This is the worst Mega Man action figure I've ever seen. How many Mega Man action figures have you seen? I guess there are a lot, actually. Just because I don't buy any of them doesn't mean they don't exist, certainly. Mostly the right arm. I'm gonna do something a little different with the way the lasers are on the right arm. I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do with it yet. Just something a little different. Whole thing just a little less extreme. Down lower, but with a softer curve to it. Give it a quick render. See what I think. What if I take one of these, dress it up as Shredder, and get 4 commandos with Ninja Turtle colors? You break the internet at that point. If there's one thing I've learned about the Battletech community, it's that it absolutely loses its shit for memes. So yeah, turn it into a meme, and you're golden at that point. The knee needs to be shrunk down a little bit. Not too much, though kind of this whole assembly could afford a little something like that. I need something kind of like that. Does that feel better? How does this compare to the Shadowhawk? Not bad, that's about the same height. That's almost exactly the same height as the knee on the Shadowhawk. That feels pretty good. It's a little flat across the calf, but I kind of don't mind that. It's a decent looking leg overall. Convert this into an object. Into a body, rather. Then we can keep that and modify it more later if we want to. Let's go ahead and chop the top of this off so it's not getting in our way. And then I want to add a quick little transverse detail here. Might change the proportions of some of this a little bit. I'm going to let it sit for now. Quick render of this. Yeah, I'm liking the look of this so far. Add a few more quick details since I'm in the neighborhood. First of all, let's add a center line here, because I'm going to use it. And let's take this in parallel? Not quite parallel. Actually, the way he's drawn them, it has a bit of a curve, but I'm just going to make it a steeper cut in than the edge, rather than doing it curved. Mirror this over here. And then, given how thick this is, I'm just going to drop this in. Like so. I think that looks pretty good. I like that. And it has a little accompanying detail kind of down here. Some of the proportions on the foot may change, but this is good enough to keep going. The thigh is pretty straightforward up until you get to the upper part of the thigh. Let's see. How high do I want to go using my Shadowhawk as a reference? His arm disappears so I have a clearer shot. The edge of the pelvis here. Very similar pelvis on this guy, so I'm going to want the thigh to go up at least that high. But that's in total. It's very similar. Notably not very wide with the way the knee is constructed. I might have to widen that a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a center point. I'm going to do a scale move and we're going to see how that changes things. I'd say 10%. 20%. Still pretty good, really. Relative to all the other pieces. What's our total width here? We're at about 2.8. 3 millimeters isn't bad for this size. Like this guy's, yeah, that's about right, really, and it keeps it in line with the rest of the 55 tonners. Oh, simple chamfer. 2.3. Yeah, that looks good. It's a very permissive knee joint. I'm going to want to actually put a cylinder in here. So I've got something to work with mechanically. I think it'll add a little bit of visual interest too. Oh, it's the wrong plane. I didn't mean to make it there. I wish you'd stop making my planes invisible. That was another one of my settings that I had just so, and of course, Fusion updated itself and all my settings are gone. I may enhance that more later to be visually interesting. For the moment, it's just kind of a reference point. Okay. The top of the thigh changes in geometry a wee little bit before it enters into the actual pelvis. Like so. Split you off of the rest of it. Get rid of our chamfers here because we don't want them. Expand you a wee little bit. A little taller, we can always shorten it later. Oh. Has to play and do well in Shiv 2 for the music to start playing the wrong tracks. Man, I hesitate to say I've gotten pretty good at Chivalry 2 because there are people out there who just make me look like a complete asshole, but I've gotten pretty decent with that greatsword. I should maybe stream that like tomorrow or something just for like a couple of hours just to kind of have fun with it, because I shouldn't talk about it. I shouldn't be like, guys, I'm gonna stream Chivalry 2 and I'm gonna be really good with the greatsword, because I'm just gonna have like one of the worst, just one of the worst games of my life if I do that. But on a good day in a good game, I can solo 3 to 4 people at a time with the greatsword, and it has to just be so goddamn frustrating from the other side because the greatsword is so slow. It is painful. Yeah, Waffles heard me talking shit and came out of the fucking woodwork. What's up, Waffles? How you doing? But you just, with the greatsword in particular, like, it's so long and it swings from so far back that you just kind of have to like stop thinking about your enemies being in front of you. I've taken more to running past people, and as I run past, I'll come back with a strike and I'll rotate my mouse in their direction. And then once the strike starts, I'll rotate away. So it's like I'm moving past them and just drawing my sword through them as I go. And people have a hard fucking time blocking that hit. And then if you're fighting 2 or 3 people, like, the secret to the greatsword is to always try to hit more than one person at the same time. If you can dodge, like, out of the way of the initial strike instead of blocking it, and then go for one of those drag strikes across both of them, like, you can do some serious damage. And then every now and then, oh, so I figured out a basic game mechanic. Waffles, I will kick your ass. I've been dragging since day one. There's dragging your strikes, and there's dragging your strikes effectively, and these are 2 different things. Like, there's the basic acceleration strike, where you drag into your opponent so that you hit quicker than they realize you're going to. But this is more like aiming in a completely different direction and then running and dragging at the same time, so you pull it across them from an angle that is incredibly difficult to block and that they just don't see coming. Because they see you facing another way. They're not even really, a lot of the time, they're not even thinking about that strike you're throwing, because they're like, oh, you're going someplace else. They fail to realize that when I swing the greatsword, it sticks back behind me like 3 feet. It's not as bad as, like, I see people doing that with, like, the halberd, and that's fucking crazy. The halberd and the executioner's axe, I swear to God, When they start that strike, they put it all the way behind them, and they swing it around like a full 360, so there's just like a tiny rectangle behind them that it doesn't hit. And that shit is stupid. I can't tell you how many times I've thought I was being clever, and I run into a melee, and somebody just did a riposte or a counter-strike, so like, I swing, and I deflect off of thin air, and then the completion of their 360 strike takes my head off. It's always a bad feeling. You wanna fight, Waffles? You wanna fight me, bro? I'll take you on. Yeah. I'm all about those 1v1 duels, even in Team Deathmatch. Every time I'm on, Coxwell. Yeah, the Executioner's axes are crazy long. I'll tell you the weapons I'm sick of, Waffles. I'll tell you the weapons I'm fucking sick of. I'm sick of the Executioner's axe is... As long as I know that's what I'm facing, I can handle it. The Dane axe is... It's just so fast for the amount of damage that it does. The Dane axe is really rough to fight a lot of the time. And more often than not when you encounter the Dane axes, because somebody's running Vanguard and they're like throwing them as if they were throwing axes. As long as I see that coming, they're not hard to deflect. But if you don't see it coming, that's like 60 to 80 damage, and that sucks. The one-handed spear. Fuck the one-handed spear and fuck everyone who uses it. Yeah, it's the mirror of the longsword, except the Dane axe's overhead is categorically superior. The longsword is good because its special does the plunk. It has the blunt damage special, which is great against knights. But yeah, otherwise it's essentially a mirror of a longsword. But its overhead chop is like way faster than you would think it would be. When it comes down, it comes down with the fury. But yeah, getting back to my point, if you play with the one-handed spear and shield, you're a disappointment to yourself and to your entire family. And I want you to know that no matter how many kills you get, no one will ever love you. That's what I have to say to all the one-handed spear users out there. Oh, it kind of is Waffles, but it's so fast. And I think the problem is that the one-handed spear, like, it's all stab, stab, stabby, stabby, stab. I don't mind its little swings that it does. I can handle those. But the stab is, first of all, it's way faster than you would think it would be. And it's way longer than you would think it would be. And it's so targeted and precise. And the blocking point is so narrow that it can just go right around a lot of your parries. And if all somebody has to do is run at me going, nya, 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 and like targeting down and up, and I'm just like, it's everything that I can do with a great sword to keep the tip of the spear away from me. I hate it. And then, like, once I settle into a rhythm of fighting the one-handed spear, guess what happens? Is some asshole with a messer comes running in from 3/4 behind me and just chops my fucking head off. Messers. So I hate the one-handed spear. I don't like the two-handed spear. I think it's kind of bullshit too. Its range is crazy. But none of it compares to the messer. I genuinely think, like, okay, I talk a lot of shit about a lot of weapons in Chivalry. Basically, if you would like to know my opinion on any given weapon in Chivalry, if it just killed me, it's broken and overpowered, and the person using it is a cheating, spamming bitch. That's just the truth. But for serious opinions on weapons, I think all of them are pretty balanced for what they do, and if you know how they work, you can fight them pretty well, with the exception of the messer. I don't know if its strike box is different than its graphic or something, but it stabs. It, like, I swear to God, people enter the animation for the messer stab and it's already stabbing. Somehow it's already dealing damage. And it's just like, it's like the greatsword, it's like the longsword, but faster and doing more damage every single time. It's just like, it's not a side grade to anything, it's just better. And some of its swings genuinely hit before the model contacts you. Like, I think there's something wrong with it. Particularly its stabbing animation. I think part of it might be that what the model people like to use. Oh yeah, no, I do. I faint quite a lot, and I think it's actually pretty funny. With the greatsword particularly, if you, like, start a swing and then feint into a stab really quick, that throws people, because everyone starts their counter swing intending to do something real tricky, and they never get the counter stab. Well, not never, but... I'll tell you what I don't use on the greatsword much is overheads. I don't know why. I almost never... Merlin models, yeah. This is the first mech based on our own design that I've been working on here, Merlin. But I do a lot of sculpting of my own designs in Fusion 360. What do you mean, alternates? Is there a game mechanic I'm completely unaware of, Waffles? I thought that the alternate swing with the left alt was just you could swing from different directions, and I just have it set up so that the direction I'm moving my mouse controls which direction I'm swinging from. Merlin Models, this is for you. Thank you very much. I'll have some water too, because I really should. Because I use feints, and I control the direction of my swings. But what is an alternate swing if it's not one of those? Is it just a different animation? It's kind of interesting. To be fair, so much of my combat time is spent just screaming and running into balls of like 5 to 6 people that I don't think the alternate animation is. A second style of overhead, really? I might load up a bot game and just try that out. You guys are making me want to play... Okay, I see you guys. Waffles is making me want to play Chivalry 2. But I'm going to finish this leg. I'm going to finish the goddamn leg before we do anything of the sort. Because that's just crazy. Alright, let's see. Add a chamfer onto the bottom here. Dodge right and swing left. Oh yeah, I do that all the time, man. That's what I'm saying. I control the direction of my swing based on my mouse movement. I sometimes forget that I'm doing that. See, this is the thing with Chivalry 2, though. Like, if I'm in the zone in that game, I've had games where I've been, like... I think the highest score that I had was like 130 takedowns. I think I had 90-something kills, and I was only up around, like, 15 deaths. And I think that... Like, that was a combination of me being on my game and my team being pretty good. But Chivalry has so many swings. Like, I'll have games where I run in and I'm just like, ah, I'm gonna get you. And it's just like, smack with a shovel, smack with a messer. Oh, I got my head chopped off. Like, I never had a chance to respond. But that's just the nature of the game. That was a bot game. I did not load this game because you started talking about it. It's a good game. It's a good game, Waffles. You should play it. It's a lot of fun. I'm not gonna put that detail on yet until I've got the pelvis and everything built. Bring that down. Add a chamfer to the top because this is going to be going under the leg skirt. And then we can adjust as needed from there. Yeah, I've noticed that also, Waffles. The North American servers, I run into some of the same people. I will say, there was a guy the other day. His name was Bad... Bad what? Bad something. Shit. It was Bad something and then a number. I would recognize his name if I saw it again. He was the most irritating fucking archer I have ever come across in the entire game. How you doing, Fire Smoke? Good to see you, man. He would, oh my god, he was such a son of a bitch, and he was good. He was smart. He played Archer. I can't even hate him, because he played Archer at close range. He would stay right behind the front line. He would move back and forth, and then he would just pop shots over shoulders into people that they were already focusing on. And then, periodically, if it looked like they needed him, he'd pull out his hatchet and he'd run in and he'd get in a few strikes and then he'd back off and he'd pull out his bow. And I'm like, this dude's really good at the game. He's really frustrating. Oh my god. But yeah, it was hard to hate him because I'm like, he's like, what he's doing takes skill. He's an asshole, but what he's doing absolutely takes skill. And he had to, like, because his teammates weren't doing any teamwork at all for the most part. They were just mobbing, but he would stay close to a group of 2 or 3 of them and just hang back about 15 feet and pop in shots on their targets. And it basically, he was a force multiplier for the 3 people that he would follow around. Because once they got a couple of people into a little scrum, he'd be nailing arrow shots and interrupting attacks, and it was just like, you get into a flow, you're fighting pretty well, and then tunk, an arrow hits you, and it doesn't kill you, but it really messes up your initiative. No, it was not, in fact, Bad Dragon. Damn shame the models are so small, I can barely see the details. You can print them larger, Fire Smoke. I will tell you, I have gotten really quite good at kicking the ever-loving Christ out of archers who think that I don't know how to handle their dagger because it's fast. Fewer things now bring me quite as much pleasure as an archer when he goes, I'm gonna pull out my knife and I'm gonna kill the vanguard because he doesn't know how fast I am. I'm like, that's fucking adorable. He thinks I don't know how to jab. Oh, wonderful. Let me adjust my proportions a little bit here because my thigh is way far forward and I think my knee is too. Like that. Give this back a little bit of the angle that I had in the first place. Drop it down a wee little bit, and then expand it back upward. Needs to be a little bit of a space here. That looks pretty good. The proportions were just odd. You don't want your knee to be further forward than your ankle. That's a recipe for a bad time. Yeah, archers in Chivalry 2 are not really that bad. Like, they're annoying, but most of them, you can. Fire Smoke, you got a big enough printer, you can print this as large as you want, my man. I'm going to be making the top portion in multi-pose and numerous pieces as well, so that'll be even easier to do. Let's have a look at the Shadowhawk for reference. That's pretty good. Thigh seems a little bit narrow. In fact, I might just widen this whole assembly here. Every single piece. Just a little bit, just to flare it out. From the center point. Let's add 10%. Ooh, yeah, I'm kind of liking that more. I don't hate that at all. Just a little extra heft, I think, goes a long way. It's also going to make the ankle easier to pose. Alright. Let me add a little superfluous detail here, and then maybe we can do a little bit of work on the pelvis. Nope. Alright, let's part out our pieces here, because we got a lot of unassigned bodies. VR calf. You should actually go in with the calf, not with the thigh. Thigh. Let's create one more component. This will be leg, and then I'll differentiate left from right later on. All these go in here. Shrink you down. I'm going to go ahead and make a copy. Of this. Make this one disappear. Change my material. And then I'm just going to kind of gently shift that in by, like, what, 6 degrees? That's not too bad. And let's mirror this guy. See how we're looking. Let's just shift it out ever so slightly. Mirror it again. Looking about right. Pelvis seems really high. I might drop the thighs down a little bit. I think the thighs are just a bit long. Yeah. Almost certainly. How you doing, Mafik? Will this work for VR chat? Make yourself into a mech avatar in VR chat. It can be done. I've seen people do crazier things. Could give you a big ol'. We can put one of these on there. One of these on there for you, Fire Smoke. That's what VR chat's for, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Drop that down 1 full millimeter. Let's see how we're looking. Degrees and shift it out by 0.3. Yeah. Okay. Now let's mirror it. That is seeming more like it. Because the Shadowhawk's pelvis is particularly high. Another division in your world building. Hell yeah, Mafik. You've got quite the universe together these days. The guy who's made models of the really bad artwork of the original Gundam. Rio, you have to share this. That's you can't just go telling me things like that and not share it with me. Alright, let's see. Starting from scratch. least 2 full millimeters across for this. That's almost too extreme. Almost. I think that might be fine, though. We can adjust it. We can always make adjustments. Start off with a quick cut in here. There's another Gundam model, but it's a dirty joke one. Oh no. Oh no. There's some pretty ridiculous Gundams, to be fair. Yes, yes, please do, Rio. Please put it on the Discord. I'll have to have a look at that. Here. Nothing too crazy, and then that gets angled in a little more tightly. Oh my god, I got something in my eye. I don't know what. I don't know how that's even possible. It's something. Okay, that's better. Yeah. There is in fact an entire Gundam series that I certainly refer to as casual racism Gundam, because it's what it is. It's racist caricature Gundam, the show. Oh my, okay. I hope it's not a fly that flew into my eyeball. Ugh, irritating though. Try to let my eyelashes take care of it. Ah. The best choice when you have something in your eyes to take your dirty finger and jam it into your eyeball, right? I feel like I've read that. A little loose bit of something. Let my tearing eyes and my blinking do its job. Whatever it is will eventually be worked free if I blink enough, right? That's what it's supposed to do. Oh, it's killing me. Oh, I mean, I could do that, Sheza, but that would be, like, responsible and require me to get up. Oh, it's tearing up now. And hopefully we'll flush free whatever the hell microparticulate is irritating my eyeball. Ay, 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 ay. Go get some eye drops. Listen to Data Nerd with her, like, sensible ideas. Yeah, there you go, Sheza. We could just have a roast. Get me to cry enough, it'll come right out, right? Oh, don't chop it there. Chop it about midway here. There we go. Because this should be more straight up and down and less angled. The front is angled. And then we can push it out just a wee little bit. Like to see Mobile Suit Gundam 0079 remade with modern animation. Oh, that would be pretty awesome. Imagine the classic Gundam series remade. Like, same sound effects, same voice acting, do nothing but redo the animation and do it in, like, Iron-Blooded Orphans style. That would be pretty amazing. Iron-Blooded Orphans is a gorgeous show. Or get, what was the animation studio that did, like, all of Attack on Titan until the latest series? It's right on the tip of my brain. Somebody help me out. Because they just switched to Mappa, the animation studio, and they switched to using a lot of, like, CG models and less hand-drawn animation. But prior to Mappa, it was... Who? They were really good. Really good. They took a long time to do their animations, but they were all hand-drawn and they were gorgeous. I'm sorry, but the animations for, like, the Attack Titan during his fight in Trost, and then again his fight in the Forest of Giant Trees against the female Titan, and then his, like, straight-up BJJ style fight that he does against the Armored Titan on the outside of the second wall. They were so beautifully animated. Wit, thank you so much, Data Nerd. Yeah, oh my god, that animation was fucking amazing. Just so many great shots when the female Titan, like, throws her right cross and it punches his jaw clean off, and then his teeth are, like, skidding along her arm as he continues to push into the attack. It is so fucking intense. I love that show. Of course, then she kicks the rest of his head clean off shortly after that, but, you know, spoilers. Spoilers for Attack on Titan. Alright, looks like we got mostly skirt plates around kind of a... central core here. It'd be nice if you would snap, but you won't, so okay. Let's go ahead and mirror this, make the top portion, and then build the skirts around it. Don't want you. It really is, Rio. It's something that, like, I really, really try to avoid even the most basic spoilers for Attack on Titan, because I I genuinely love that show. But yes, it is a mecha anime. It is concealed somewhat for a little while, but once you get a little ways into the show, you're like, oh, they're like big flesh mechs. I gotcha. Yeah, cool. It's like Escaflowne, but somehow way more upsetting. Hey, Bark Axe Miniatures, how you doing today, man? I think I saw you streaming before I got on, but I didn't have a chance to stop in. It totally is Smack Weasel. It's a good one. Is the thing is that Attack on Titan uses a lot of cliches and tropes, but here's the thing. Tropes don't exist for no reason. Bark Axe, finish another ghost and set some water effect on the next one. Hell yeah. Sounds, I want to see. I want to see, Bark Axe. I'm going to have to take a look at what you got done. Welcome in, Raiders. We're working on a little bit of 3D design today. like it's two fetuses having a mecha fight. Yeah, dude, Barkax, raiding and running is standard practice because you know what, Barkax, you just got done streaming and you should go fucking stretch your legs and get a bite to eat at an absolute minimum. Barkax, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for sharing your people with us. Hope you had a fantastic stream and I hope to see you again soon, man. I don't know at what point I'm going to be fine with just spoiling Attack on Titan. The show's been out for almost a decade. Like the spoilers I'm talking about are like 7 years old at this point. It's just that I watched the show from the beginning. I started in, I think season 2 was on when I started watching it, and since then I've been watching it like week to week to week as the episodes release, and there was a multi-year gap in there. And it's just, I just enjoyed it so much, and I've enjoyed not knowing most of the spoilers that were then revealed, that I'm reluctant to deprive someone else of that. First major question from Attack on Titan: the fuck is in the basement? See, this is why I love so many of the questions in Attack on Titan, is because they fucking answer them. They answer them. There are so many shows out there that just ask questions but don't have answers, or just drag so long. But I'm like, you find out what's in the basement. You absolutely find out what's in the basement. It takes a while to get there, but they tell you what's going on. It's just that every time they answer a question, you're like, but that just raises further questions. It's so crazy. I'm not going to tell you, Okoro. You have to watch the show. And, like, the first 3 seasons of Attack on Titan take place inside of, I want to say, 5 months of in-story time. Like, there's the very first portion of Attack on Titan, the first things that happen, and then, I'm talking like the first couple episodes, and then there's a 5-year gap. And then after that 5 years, the main story picks up. I think it's 5 years. I'm pretty sure it's 5 years. And then all of the events of the show happen in the space of like 3 to 5 months. Just just non-stop shit happening. And then season 4 jumps forward, I think, another 5 years. It is a really interesting division of events, because characters change a lot in those gaps, but there's so many, like that 3 to 5 months of the primary chunk of the series is just like, I don't know where the fuck these people found time to sleep in there. I really appreciate the way that show approaches action scenes, though, because there aren't that many. It's not like the characters are fighting constantly for those months. It's like, over the course of that 5 months, 4 to 5 major events take place. It's just that those events are dragged out over a bunch of episodes, because it'll be like, okay, this event happens. Now stop. Now let's go back. Let's look at this event from the perspective of this character. Okay, now let's go back again. Let's look at the event from the perspective of this character. Like, it reveals pieces of itself, and it goes over each and every combat encounter just exhaustively in detail, and I kind of love it. I kind of love it because it all does make sense. It doesn't seem like it would. It's a show about giant, horrible, naked people that eat human beings, and you'd be like, well, this is just fucking craziness. But it's got a fairly compelling story to it. It really does, Sumitha, and like, to the point that there are the little details, like there is a character's death during the Battle of Trost in Season 1 that happens off-screen. Like, you're so, yeah, I'm talking about Attack on Titan while I work, Soulsworn. You're so focused on everything else that's going on over the course of this battle that you just kind of lose track of this character at a certain point, and then when they find him, he's been bitten in half lengthwise, and you're like, oh no, that's terrible. And, like, the revelations of specifically how and why he died don't come for, like, another season and a half. But it's perfectly timed, because if they told you how and why he died at that point, none of the details surrounding it would have the significance that they do later on in the show. It's... I don't want to... Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, Soulsworn. Poor Marco. I don't want to overstate things, because I don't want to be, like, super hype man saying that it's more than it is, but if I'm being completely honest, I feel like Attack on Titan is one of the best and most tightly written shows I have almost ever seen. It's really quite good. How do I want to fill this in? Fly? Fuck off. The latest season is fucking crazy. The latest season is a completely different show. It is a completely different show. It turns everything on its head in the best possible way. Also, Season 4 has... And I'll fight you over this, Wombat Combat, if you want to fight me after you hear this. I think Season 4 has the best intro. I know, Season 1, Intro 1 is like one of the most iconic intros in anime history for Attack on Titan, and most of the following intros are like, okay. But Season 4's intro is so fucking good. Stop doing offset. I'm trying to tell you. This is another thing that Fusion has started doing since the update. I use my extrude hotkey and it defaults to offset face, and that is bullshit. It knows what I'm trying to do, it just doesn't want to let me do it. Oh man, Mafik. Have I watched Attack on Titan Junior High? I have, actually. I wish that they had continued Attack on Titan Junior High, because it's genuinely pretty funny. It's weirdly full of spoilers. Like, Attack on Titan Junior High actually goes over most of the important character and plot points, but just in a humorous way. But I mean, all the characters are fairly true to who they are. This so large. It needs to be narrower. Let me go back. I did a whoops. I did a whoopsie. I think that's gonna be more like it. I wasn't. I don't feel like any of the intros after season 1 have been particularly good. Wombat Combat. Now, like season 4's intro, not season 4. Season 3's intro is like bad. It hurts me to say it because I love the show, but the intro is not very good. Which is incredible after the magic of Attack on Titan Season 1 Intro 1, which is, again, one of the most iconic intros in the history of anime at this point. Dude, yeah, Band of Brothers, but with mechs. I would watch the shit out of that. Admittedly, a lot of what makes Band of Brothers good is the fact that it's taken from, stories, shit that people actually did. I think that one of the most powerful moments in all of Band of Brothers, I love Band of Brothers, by the way, it's one of my favorite shows. I watch it annually, if not more often than that. The scene when Winters, they're flanking around a German position that is over a small ridge, and I don't remember precisely where it was, but Winters is leading a charge down this ravine and up over the hill. And Winters runs up over the hill to where the German line is not expecting them, and there is a German soldier there. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, Rio. And what's so powerful about the scene, like there's no dialogue in it. There's no dialogue, and the German soldier looks up at him, and the look on his face is just, he just looks like you would look if you saw someone moving and you looked up expecting it to be like a friend of yours. You're just curious about what it is that they want. He just looks up at him like, oh, hey, what's up? And then you see his face change as he understands, like, oh, this is an American soldier, and it's a kid. He's like 17, 18 years old, maybe. It's like 16. He just looks up. He's like, what's up? And then you just see this realization, like, oh, no. And Winters has a similar moment where he's facing him, and he looks and he sees him, and he realizes that he's not expecting him, and he's just like, oh my god. What do you do? And then he gets shot. The kid gets shot.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Yeah, exactly, Rio. It's this very matter-of-fact, like, oh, I shot you, and the kid's like, I got shot. Like, what? It's such an incredibly tragic moment for everyone involved. It's a very human moment. In that moment, it's not German soldiers, American soldiers. It's just some kid, and he has to shoot him. He doesn't have a choice. It's a wonderful microcosmic breakdown of sort of the whole fucking problem. The tragedy that is war itself, you know? This will probably be good to build the skirting on top of. You know, Roland, there's a conversation to be had there. My position on the matter is that nobody had it coming. Nobody really had it coming. It was... No matter what people might have done leading up to that, war is itself fundamentally tragic. And it is a product of our failures as a society, each and every time. No matter who may be more justified in doing what thing, there's nothing good about it. And whatever those men may have done that led them to that scenario, the fact is, and that's why I like that moment, the fact is that in that moment, whoever they might have been before that, they were just some kid and some guy, and they had to kill each other. And it's terrible. But that's kind of the beauty of Band of Brothers, is that it captures so much of that so well. Also, the Pacific. That was a really, really well done one. I don't think it's as good as Band of Brothers, but obviously it covers a very different style of war. Alright, I want to make a construction plane that is aligned here. Do that. If I just build here, that should be good enough. Go. Pacific suffers from no, you're absolutely correct, Roland, and it does. I don't think it's as good a show as Band of Brothers. It also suffers from having many more viewpoints, but from what I gather, piecing together the story of the Pacific was a lot more difficult for the most part, and also it was a very different sort of war in the Pacific against the Japanese. It was just fundamentally a different style of combat and a different type of engagement. You're not wrong, Soulsborne. Far be it from me to say that the kind of man who would operate a concentration camp deserves more understanding. That's not my point at all. More that the circumstances and the mistakes that brought people to that point in the first place are fundamentally tragic. And that while a man can do horrific things, we all have I believe that even the worst of us have the potential to be something other than that. And maybe once you've done a thing, obvious, that time the fly flew into my fucking eyeball. That time that happened. Right in the middle of a profound point. But I just think that even the monstrous among us who do monstrous things in other circumstances could have been other people. I think that we all, at the beginning of our lives and even most of the way through our lives, have the potential to be many different things, and the circumstances that led those men to become monsters are themselves fundamentally tragic. And that's kind of what moments like that do for me, is they because the show spends so much time building up the enemy, and then it takes a step back to humanize them, to be like, yes, but fundamentally they are just men. Like us. Different men, certainly, but nobody had to be there. Yeah, I blame you, Data Nerd. It heard the idea from you, and it decided to fly into my eyeball. And I wish you wouldn't have done that to me. I'll say this, Roland. This is a much more complex subject than you or I are going to work out over the course of a Twitch stream. A much more complex subject. Part of it, Roland, is that I've known in my life and in my time in the United States Armed Forces, I have known too many people who volunteered to do things, who arguably had a choice when it came to the matter, who didn't really have that much of a choice when you consider where they came from and what they thought, what their family was telling them, what their people were telling them. It's a complex question, particularly when we're talking about children, Roland, because children are stupid. Children are real stupid, and yet they are who fight most of our wars. I've personally volunteered for things as a young man that I would not at all volunteer for now that I know. But this is a morbid subject that we somehow got onto. I will say that if you have an interest, Roland, which you definitely do in World War II history, you definitely want to watch Attack on Titan, man, because it weirdly goes into a lot of that. Weirdly. Goddamn flies. I was thinking that too, Rio. Grab it and just do the pull. To lighten the mood, Jade Falcon are the best. How does that lighten the mood, Smack Weasel? That makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Amishtig, I agree. I don't think, and this is a very, very broad philosophical point, I don't believe any humans really are born evil. I believe we can become that. However one might define that. And I think that any time it happens, someone has failed somewhere. And the potential of who that person could have been otherwise is ultimately wasted, and that makes me very sad. New season has saved that show. It's brilliant. Potion Seller, you talking about Attack on Titan? Because I love that show. Let me shrink this a little bit. Set all my hip proportions just a little bit funny, I feel like. So let's pull it back a little bit. Rotate it out ever so slightly, and now it seems more like it should sit this way. But let me reiterate, as I do a number of times when things like medical advice come up on this stream, please, for the love of God, don't listen to Twitch streamers and take away serious philosophical lessons, because I'm an asshole who makes robots sitting around pondering about the grand evils of mankind and the Holocaust. I should not be listened to. I'm just sort of pondering is all. Potion Seller, I agree. I think Season 3 was kind of weak. It had a couple of really, really good points. But yes. The current season of Attack on Titan is really fucking good. This is a bit aggressive angle-wise. Ooh, Amish this is a conversation I want to have so much, but I'm just going to say right now, it's not a conversation we can have here. It is not. It is far too controversial a subject for our humble stream. And I wish that it wasn't so controversial, don't get me wrong, but it is. You have no idea just how uncivil I'd like to be. And honestly, I restrict conversations like this for all of our sake, because the fact is that this is not the environment. This is not the environment where any of us want to have that conversation, and that is the truth of it. It would take some of us who right now are friends, and it would make us not friends anymore. And that's stupid, and I don't want that to happen. Not when nothing will be solved for it, you know? Like, if we could change some minds, if we could change some hearts, if we could solve some problems, that would be one thing. That's a conversation worth having, but that's not going to happen here. It's not going to happen here. I'm just fooling with proportions at this point, trying to match up to what we have in the concept art, by the way. Don't mind me. I'm excited to see it rolling. You ever paint the super detailed gunpla kits? Watch them on YouTube, they're cool to watch. So I have one. That's not really a realm of model making that I've been particularly involved in, Potion Seller. However, I have the new Max Armor Dugram Abitate kit. And it is incredibly detailed. It's not as detailed as some of them, but it's very detailed for the era of mecha that it comes from. And that is most certainly one that I intend to build and paint on stream. Well, you know, Stig, a lot of us are just, I'll tell you, I had the weirdest encounter on Facebook today, and this sounds like the start to a shitty story, and it is a start to a shitty story. I try not to involve myself in Facebook, like, almost at all, and this reminded me today why I do that. Gonna go to the tailor now. You going to the tailor, my feet? Okay, cool. Gonna get something bespoke? I'm curious what you're getting made. Well, I look forward to seeing you before the storm report, my friend. And it just reminded me why I don't do Facebook essentially at all anymore. And it reminded me so much of so many of the problems that we're having right now. And this is a subject that I can talk about without, I think, getting too controversial, because there are some things these days where no matter what side of an issue you're on, you can recognize some serious problems that we're having, particularly over social media. And this had to do with dice in Warhammer 40k. Nobody from the conversation is in my stream right now. It was on the fucking Warhammer 40k buy, sell, trade, the big group for North America on Facebook, and all it was somebody posted some dice that they were thinking about making, and they're the flat, sort of semi-cylindrical, but with flat facets dice, the like, you roll them like a log style dice, and he was just like, hey, I'm making these dice. People think they would get these for 40K? And literally all I wrote, and looking back on it, I regret even writing this much. All I wrote was basically, they're cool dice, and if you want to use them for, casual games, garage games, stuff like that, you're not going to have any problem. But what you're going to find is that in the competitive gaming environment like 40K often is, or like at any tournament, a lot of players aren't going to be comfortable with you using those. Like, yeah, it's not a good thing. And the guy replies with, I've rolled them over 100 times and they're more balanced than D6s. And I just wrote, oh, that's not the point. The point is, we like standardization in tournament formats. We like to know exactly what it is we're coming up against. You come up with a crazy looking die and you assure us that you balanced it. Doesn't really mean anything. Just use a standard die. It's polite, is what it is. And then people started posting shit like, oh, well, what if I bought the Lumineth dice? Would you not let me use those in a tournament? And I was like, well, no. Oh, what if I got the Death Guard dice? Would you let me? And I was like, no, I wouldn't let you use those either. Furthermore, the Death Guard dice done by Games Workshop are like notoriously horribly balanced. They're awful dice, and I would never let someone use those in a tournament. Why would you even want to use those in a tournament? As a tournament organizer, I don't even let people. I won't say I won't let people. I don't like it when people use dice that have lots of extra bullshit on them, like really ornate dice. I don't like when people use those, because if for no other reason that it makes it more difficult for your opponent to check your die result before you pick up your dice, because it's like, wait, what does that say? Just use pips. The die was perfected hundreds of years ago. Just use the basic die for competitive environments. This was my whole point, and this is all that I said, and I got called so many fucking names. I got called an asshole. I got called, what was my favorite one? Wang Rod. Someone called me a Wang Rod. I don't know what that, I mean, I assume that's a cockshaft, but it was said so strangely. I had someone claim that if they ran into me at a store and they were a new player, I was the kind of player who would drive them away from the game. And I'm like, what? What the fuck are we talking about? But my point here is just that I made a very simple, very respectful point, entirely intended to help this guy understand what he was getting into. And people went off in so many crazy directions. I am a Wangrod. I'm not saying he's wrong, O'Coral, but he had no way of knowing how much of a Wangrod I truly am, or why I am. But my point in mentioning this is just that I wrote something straightforward, simple, and civil. And what happened was, objectively, exactly Potion Seller, there were people browsing Facebook who just saw it as an opportunity to argue about something, and proceeded to project into me all the negative feelings that they had about, I don't know, somebody in their life. Ascribe all of those things to me, and then proceed to just fucking group gangbang me in the middle of a fucking Facebook thread. And I'm like, people are saying that I'm upset and I'm an asshole and I'm toxic and I'm a gatekeeper. And I'm like, literally all I said was that some people won't want to play against your crazy looking dice. So my point in mentioning this is just, Facebook in particular, but largely social media, is a fucking trash fire, and human beings, and ask yourself this, really ask yourself this, I think most of you will see the truth in it right away. We have had social media as it exists today. I do want to hear your story, by the way, Roland. We have had social media as it exists today for like 10 years. Like 10 years. And we don't know how to handle it. We don't know how to handle it. We can't know how to handle it. It takes us hundreds of years to adapt to even the simplest pieces of technology, and social media has broken our brains. I'm not saying that it's inherently bad, but we don't know how to deal with it, and there are certainly forces out there who are attempting to manipulate, attempting and succeeding at manipulating the way that we think. And I don't know if we were always assholes like this, or if it's making us worse. I don't know. But more and more, it's like we opened up. We opened up to the whole world in the beginning, and now we're like closing back up. We're like, no, never mind. We have a fantastic Discord. For instance, the Thunderhead Studio Discord is wonderful. We have people of all sorts of political positions. We have people from all sorts of walks of life. We have people from around the world, and we get along wonderfully there. But it's because we've all sort of pulled back into a self-selecting group and stopped opening it up to everybody. And I don't know the way forward. I don't know the way forward. All I know is that this morning I was reminded. I was issued a grim reminder of why I am withdrawing. People have been bitching about the mob since the Romans. It's not new. Nanotanks, you're absolutely correct. They have been. However, I would propose that it has never been as efficient as it is now. The mob has never been as astonishingly efficient as it is today. And that is what technology has enabled. Assuming it was those exact words, I saw it as, I'm not questioning the fairness of your product, it's an opportunity. It wasn't those exact words, but I'm very careful in my speech, Amish Stig, particularly when I write. I avoid absolutes. I use words like, I think I said something to the effect of like, most people will probably be uncomfortable playing against dice like this, and it would be better if you were like, I think I said, we like our cubes. We understand our cubes, we get it, most people won't want to play against this, most people will prefer this other thing. But even if you want to say that using the word most is opinionated, okay, fine, it is. Most based on my experience. I never said one thing absolute. And that's because I'm very careful not to. If anything, my language on Facebook is way more diplomatic than it honestly should be. And that's just because, man, I've had so many miscommunications that I try to avoid them. But even when I try to avoid them, people decide that I'm some kind of prick. And I mean, again, they're not wrong, but here's the thing. They don't know that I'm a prick. They're just assuming. Based on nothing. Learn the things about me that make me an asshole and accuse me of those things. But don't pretend I'm an asshole because I'm pointing out that people like square dice. I'm an asshole for totally different reasons. How you doing, by the way, Tawarsis? I always struggle with that name, man. It's good to see you. People are addicted to outrage due to social media. I don't think you're. I don't know if that's necessarily the truth of it. I think that a lot of us are just unhappy. I think a lot of us are really depressed these days, and that always manifests in weird ways. Crazy Facebook story today, some guy came on to the Warhammer buy-sell trade group, tried to stop another guy from making money, so I called him a Wangrod O'Coral, you son of a bitch! I knew it was you! Who else would use that phrase? Then again, I'm a demo agent for a different company. I really dislike having to run tournaments because people will yell and scream and flip tables over those insignificant semantic... I've done a lot of tournament organization myself, I'm a Stig. I haven't for the last few years, but prior to that, I was running a lot of them. And I, as a tournament organizer, I'm just like, I default to a very simple set of basic, universal rules. And if something complicates the game, it goes. You want to use your crazy fancy dice? I don't care. Here's a set of basic D6s. You will use them for this game. Players have no reason to refuse that if they're not actively attempting to cheat. But that's a completely different subject. Like the guy making foot... I saw this about Sodaz. Yeah. Like, he got harassed by the fans into withdrawing and not making videos? Yee. Most people are terrible online because it's anonymous. People do it on Facebook, though, Skull Fairy. It's not anonymous on there. I mean, for a lot of people, it's not anonymous. For some people, it is. Yeah. Shows us how we truly are. In the case of Thunderhead Discord, it's revealed to be apparently like booty cake. The Jackbox games get a little weird. I'll give you that one. Reminder about Facebook is weaned off of Reddit. I love Reddit because there's a community, cares about cultivating community for nearly any subject. I hate Reddit because it's a choose-your-own echo chamber adventure. At the very least, Amish Stig, like, there's no illusion on Reddit. People say upvote or downvote based on the quality of a comment or a post and not based on whether you agree with it, and I don't think anyone does that. But here's the thing, we know nobody does that. So it is a very self-selecting group. And, I mean, you know, yeah, there's echo chambers. There's self-formed echo chambers. Some of them are pretty funny. Went to rejoin the Battletech International Buy-Sell Trade Group. Got the "this group may share extremist content" warning. Here's the thing, Roland. I think it does. Not all the time, but, man, Battletech fans are weird. Like, I think that that's probably an extreme reaction to it, and I'm not going to sit here and defend Facebook's algorithms, because they're batshit fucking crazy. But I can totally see why it might have been flagged as that. I can totally see that. Reddit has tons of illusion, actively being heavily astroturfed by China. Yeah, and I think that it's not confirmation bias. There's another word for it, Soulsworn, but it's like, I don't take anything I see on Reddit seriously, so like I assume other people don't, but I'm probably wrong. Other people probably do take it seriously. It's kind of like a very particular subreddit that popped up about 5 years ago when a particular person entered the political scene that I was a member of because we were all like, isn't this a funny joke? Haha, look at us laughing at the funny joke. And then gradually people stopped kidding and we all looked back and forth at one another like, oh my god, these people are serious. I was being ironic. And that just kind of describes, you know, the last 4 years. Join you for tomorrow night's game. I'll be around. I'm into that. Wait, hold on, I missed something. Bella knocked in a good morning to you. It's not morning. Of course, I understand you live in the upside down where you know, you are just sort of in the future. That's okay. We appreciate you being here anyway. How you doing today, Bella knocked? This is not, in fact, ZBrush, but I'm working on some hard surface business. Those dice would make me bury my face in my hands. Yeah, I don't like... That's the thing, too, is like my entire point about the dice was entirely about being polite. It was entirely just like, if your opponent says, hey, I don't like those dice, you should be ready, willing, and able to just go, okay, I won't use them. What? Why wouldn't you be? And that's when I realized, like, oh, these people just want to argue with me. It doesn't matter what I say. They just want to argue with me. Psychologically speaking, ubiquitous information does affect you, whether you're conscious of it or not. Soulsworn, we're all fucked anyway, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's all over. we're circling the drain, buddy. The best we can do is circle the drain with lots of 3D printable fucking mechs. Oh god, I'm only laughing on the outside. My smile is only skin deep. You can see inside me. Oh shit. Damn it, I forgot the rest of the quote! That would have been perfect, and I forgot the rest of the quote. How does it connect? It ends with, you might join me for a weep. Somebody help me out. Somebody knows it. It's from a song, I think, and then it was in Batman 89. Gus Schultz, accused of being a Nazi because I questioned the water effect some modeler did. Said the model and water effects are great and skillful, but physically impossible. Apparently I'm a Nazi because he checks my Facebook project album 25 years ago, airbrushed aircraft profile of an FW-190D, and what does every German World War II aircraft have on its tail? You know, Gus, that's another funny thing, man. It's been rough to be into historicals lately because of some of that shit. It's these are harrowing times, socially speaking. I'll get you into ZBrush one day and we'll stream. I'm into ZBrush, Bella. I'm just not using it right now, but we do need to do that. I'm wrapping my big project for July. Next week is my goal because Hethra is going to be here, then he's leaving, and right after that I'm planning to finish and ship my big project for July. Bella, I am going to be working specifically on developing, you know, those I sent you those pictures of those troopers. I want to make those. And in all honesty, Bella, if you wanted to sit down with me and help walk me through some of the methods that you use to help me build those, I would be so fucking down with that. That would be absolutely amazing and incredibly helpful. Yeah, you're right, Nanotanks. It's an issue that everybody has been aware of. And here's the thing, too. Anybody who's been into historicals, anybody who's been into, like, even in the SCA, the Society for Creative Anachronism, the least historical society on the planet, if you get into it and you're like a bit of a Germanophile like I am, because I had a 14th century German persona, and I'll just tell you right now, like, you meet people who share an interest, you like the symbols, you like the history, you like the culture, you become friends with these people, you share a tankard of mead that somebody brewed themselves, and then there you are at an SCA war around a campfire, swilling some drinks, and suddenly somebody feels safe and they start just spouting actual anti-Semitism. It happens. It's fucking weird, and it happens. So, it's not entirely unwarranted. It's just, it's complex, man. It's real complex, and I don't like it. I'm just saying, I've had that happen to me. It was awkward, and I did not enjoy it. You get the old wink, wink, nudge, nudge, yeah, but the Jews, right? And you're like, oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God. I'm sorry, guys. For everybody in chat, this conversation has gotten a little bit heavy today. We veered onto some subjects that we normally don't, but I just want to thank all of you for being cool about it, and hopefully nobody has been offended by anything that we've said today. Oh, it will be soon, O'Coral.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
I do.
Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Everything I know about gonk droids. Ready, set, go. They provide power. They're mobile power stations. In at least 2 of the Dark Forces games, they have been oddly explosive. That's it. I don't even know what language they speak, if I'm being honest. What do I know? Gonk. Gonk. Whatever the fuck it is that they say in that first movie and never say again. What's acceptably explosive? Less than that of a thrown grenade. Which is roughly what they wound up being somehow. We are all gonk on this blessed day, O'Coral. And Bella, I am eager. I am eager to learn your secrets. I will drink of the font of Bella Nacht. About a Facebook argument about plastic bags and Fallout. Put plastic bags in the Fallout DO I did, so to peeve him off, made a few little green doggy poo bags. Oh. Oh. What the fuck is there to know about gonks, Soulsworn? They're power droids. I can't even think of a book where the gonk was that elaborated on. Like, don't get me wrong, I want to regale you with my incredible knowledge of Star Wars, which admittedly has grown less and less as the years have gone on. I think that's probably a good thing, if I'm being honest. And yeah, they give ammo in the games. See, they rolled out Alpha Strike cards for playing with warships, dropships, and jump ships. Now to see if they actually, like, support that game. That would be pretty cool. Support, like, a fleet-based battle game for Battletech. I'd be into that. I don't even know anything behind the scenes about gonk droids, come to think of it. Karen Gillian, Lena Headey, Michelle Yeoh, and Angela Bassett. Wait, what movie? What are we talking about? Since offer the hots and neutrals from set to the club as take some of the bite out of the new guy's missteps, because nobody likes being introduced to a war game by getting curb stomped. Yeah, that's never a good time. It really isn't. Have you read the new Star Wars book, High something? The High Republic? No, I haven't. I haven't read any Star Wars books since the Force Awakens tie-in, which I can't remember the name of it, but it was terrible. I read that and I was just like, ugh. No, that's not true. I've read the Timothy Zahn Thrawn series. I haven't read the latest one. I think I got as far as Vader Thrawn Alliances or something like that. But that's kind of as far as I've been. They are Amish Stig, yes. They're supposed to be. I guess we assume that they're able to recharge blaster packs or something. Gunpowder Milkshake. Isn't that one? They've been trying to get me to watch that on Netflix lately. Yeah. I'm right in the middle right now of a rewatch of Star Trek Enterprise that I'm enjoying quite a lot. And I'm watching Invincible at long last, Roland, which is a pretty great show, I have to admit. I was not like... People have told me like, oh, it's adult and it's dark and it's bloody, and yet I was in no way prepared for the final scene of episode 1. I was in no way prepared. I was like, oh, it's gonna be like violent, and it was like, yes, yes, it will. You did. A number of people have told me so, actually, Soulsworn. It's just recently I've gotten around to actually watching it, and I'm very impressed with it so far. I'll tell you what I really appreciate what I really appreciate about Invincible is that it is such a specific take on the DC universe as opposed to the Marvel universe. A very, very specifically targeted at DC, and you don't get a lot of that. Like the Guardians of the Globe or whatever, or the Justice League. All these years you thought they were actual trash cans. Oh no, so many power droids wound up with Amish Stig's fucking, like, candy wrappers thrown inside of them. It's tragic, man. This is a decent start on the skirting, I think. Let me add a couple of details and mirror them. Now, at least we can say we got through a good portion of the pelvis today. It has to be worth something. Like an animated version of The Boys. I can see why you would draw parallels between The Boys and Invincible, but the themes feel different to me. They both revolve around the Superman character being fundamentally sinister, but sinister in very different ways. both Omni-Man and Homelander are dangerous, but they're unique at the same time. I don't get the feeling that Omni-Man is a broken child in a superpowered body who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I get the feeling that he is very, very considered in his sinister nature. And I feel like the themes broadly are very different. They have less to do with the relationship between superheroes and people generally, because The Boys is largely just about that relationship. Because most of the superheroes in Invincible are just fine. Yeah, that's... And no spoilers, please, Datron Voltari, no spoilers. I haven't finished Season 1 yet. So I'm just going to look away from a comment that I feel might have something of a spoiler in it. I will say that I am fairly sure that his self-described story of the nature of his homeworld is fucking nonsense. I don't think they're the same. I think that you can get completely different things from watching The Boys and watching Invincible. On its face, you might look at Invincible and just be like, oh, they're the same thing. I don't think they are. Oh, that's the wrong face. There we go. Oops, don't do that. Get away from me, fly. If you fly into my eyeball again, I swear to God, I'm just gonna consume you. I will take your strength as my own. I will go to the Fly Kingdom and I will tell them how I am their new master. Actually, that sounds pretty awesome. I fucking got him. I got him. He's right here. I am squishing him. It's disgusting. Oh, it's gross, but he has to die. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, no. Oh, I need a tissue. No, I'm not gonna eat it. No, Rio. I'm not gonna inhale it and then spit it across the room. Hang on a second. Just hold on. Oh, God, that's disgusting. Well, let me ask you this, Chad. How many streamers do you know who have caught a fly with their bare hands twice on stream? Twice. It was, you know what, Skull Fairy? The disgustingness of smushing a fly against the heel of my thumb with my index finger. Like, it was gross, but it was so fucking satisfying after how it's been annoying me. I can see that Wombat Combat, but I feel like Homelander is much more a product of in fact, he is. He's a product of humanity. He is, in many ways, a victim. I don't think Omni-Man's a victim of anything. Oh, the Thunder Skunk is long dead, Okoro. You do not know 3, Roland. You are full of shit. One thing both have in common, no spoilers, is that the TV adaptation diverges from the comic. Yeah, it's my understanding there's quite a lot of Invincible. It's been getting published by Image Comics since like 2003? That's a lot. It's a long time. Alright, so the pelvis needs a lot of work yet, but we have the basic details kind of blocked in. I'm going to mirror them. I'm going to do a quick render. Yeah, the thighs are definitely a little bit too long. That, or... Hang on. The pelvis is a little too short. Let's fix it. % boost. This is better. Still needs a little bit of work, but it's better. Everything you know about thighs, ready, set, go. They contain femur bones. They are approximately the length of... No, that's not true. They contain many vital arteries. They are one of the best places to strike with a blade if you're trying to kill someone. Specifically if you're trying to kill them. Don't strike someone with a blade in the thigh if you're not trying to kill them. Because chances are, you will. And of course, yes, they are Wombat Combat's demise. Thick thighs. So on and so forth. They have awakened something in me, I know that about them. I'll tell you, all in all, for one stream, this ain't bad. This is a decent start. Most of these pieces need some work, but they're pretty far along. We're going to for the upper body. Happy man, O'Coral. We're going to do the shoulders and the waist and the neck are going to have full articulation. The legs are not. The legs are going to be single pieces. That's the render happening, Darkheart. It's gone through about 40 iterations. The first iteration is always super pixelated. You'll see the image resolve itself. Like, the longer you look at it, the more resolved it will be. No multi-part legs, Grisala. We're not doing that crap. Soulsworn, you know what? We're going to. We're going to paint one as Cobra Commander just for you, buddy. I like knowing that there's an ending, Stig. I do. No, we're not doing multi-part legs. We're very specifically not doing multi-part legs. There will be a series of leg poses, and then you'll have multi-part upper body. Fumbles. Great job, Trouser Snake. It's fumbles. It was always fumbles. I don't disagree with that, O'Coral. Forced compliment, the process of making multi-part... What the fuck is... Just compliment the process of making them? I'll bet you learn a lot doing it. It's educational. Right? Yeah, sure, that kind of works. I need to give... Okay. In all seriousness, I will give a run at coming up with some better options for channel points, because that is quite possibly my my greatest shame in this stream is how much I have dropped the ball, so to speak, on channel points. It's terrible. Take a closer look at multi-part legs. You just wasted. I mean, I say you wasted your points. It's not like you were gonna spend them on anything better. Zombie Brush Studios 7 months of subscribing. Zombie Brush, thank you so much for that, man. It really does mean the world. How you doing today? How are things? Fumbles is kind of the ultimate nice guy. Joins a new social circle, suffers embarrassment, loses the chance to bang the G.I. Janes, then decides to murder everyone. We need a code name for you. How about Trouser Snake? I like Trouser Snake. That's a great code name. All right, we're gonna do the storm report. Let me save this crap. All in all, this is I'm satisfied with this work for one stream, considering we started with absolutely nothing at the start of this stream. I'm digging it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, oh Coral. Not at all. Let's close this down. Let me go ahead and pull up my Discord, and let's make it happen.
All right,
Here at
ladies
Thunderhead
and
Studio,
gentlemen,
we
let's get
specialize
ready
in
to
turning
feast
your
eyes
shame
on Lord
into
Peyton White Balance with the
more
occasional
shame.
culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
The wrong frame. Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. There we go. That's all fixed now. Oh yeah, just totally sabotaged it. Shameful. And I might have turned into a Muppet for a second there. All right, let's have a look at what has been shared on the Storm Report since last stream. Up first from Mafik, who loves to get in that first post. No artwork for the Storm Report, just reading some spin-off manga called Girls und Panzer, the Fire Tree and the Iron-Winged Witch. It's about the Romanian-style school called Count High School. Count High School in Romania. It's like a Vlad Tepes thing going on there, I'm guessing. Their tanks are Panzer 3N, Panzer 6G. I am so glad I almost said 4. Roman numerals in me, man. Stug 3G and the LT-38T Marisol Romanian tank destroyer. Oh, cute manga girls. Cute manga girls with tanks. Which I think is the whole premise of the manga, is it not? I think it is. Count High School, so it's not a math league. Yeah, Count High School. It's a school where you learn to count high. Is that what we're going for? Welcome back, Mafik. It's good to see you. Looks like something I'd read in secret. There's another fly in my room. I killed your brethren and you will die too! I will drink his fucking blood. Oh, where'd you go, buddy? Where'd you go, pal? Why don't you come out? It's okay. We like your kind around here. Alright, let's stop this. Yes, anyway. Oh, no. I mean, I've never read any of Girls und Panzer. I've never seen any of the anime. Is it just exactly what it seems like? It's like a high school type story. The characters are in a school, and most of the action centers around schools fighting with one another, having competitions, and that competition happens to take the form of tank battles. And Bella, like, if this is the kind of thing you would read in secret, you need to dial up your perversion a little bit. This is so mild. It's so mild. Of course, having read some of what you've written, that's actually not technically true. Yes, anyway. Oh, to Square, thank you. You caught me slouching. Oh, you caught me slouching, particularly over here. I do a lot of that. I do. Bella, bring me a fucking Snickers. I do need one. I'm a little cranky. I think volleyball team accepted the sport is literally tank combat. Yeah, I had it right then. Okay. Each year they're going to make a tournament of tank fights as martial arts. Yeah, it's just, it seems very straightforward. But then, of course, it involves tank battles. Competitive after-school clubs, but with heavy armor. All these hydrates. I need a beer. Hang on. Just hold on. Oh no, my BRB button doesn't work. No! You have failed me, Stream Deck. Or more accurately, I've probably failed you. I'll be right back. I you make me one? Thank you. Well, it sure is a good thing I didn't leave my microphone on when I got up and walked away. So no one could hear what I was saying. If only my chat knew what contempt I had for them. Since my microphone's off, I better talk about it now before I go on. God, these people. They're so stupid. They just sit and chat. They watch me do whatever. They watch me like paint minis and fuck around in 3D models. It's disgusting. They give me money for it. Has there ever been a more pathetic group of people in the world? Hey guys, I'm back. How's it going? Yes, it is being made. What a wang rod. This should be a thing. Let's make this a thing. I want this to be an official Thunderhead Studio meme. The calling people wang rod. It's wonderful, if I'm being honest. Oh, apparently I am one, Bella. So, there's that. Remember that time Thunder talked about gonk droids and thighs on his painting? You literally made me do it. Well, it seems like an interesting... one of these days I might dig into something like this, Mafik. I assume it's not like... It reminds me of watching, the Saga of Tanya the Evil, but I suspect that it is not even remotely similar. Like, completely different. Thank you so much. Now I have vodka. Of the Oyster Bay Wang Rods. Wang Rod Workshop. Well, okay, I guess we're drinking. Oh, God. Okay. Vodka paint and wang rods, a Thunderhead story. Oh, for the love of God, let's do the storm report, because Okoro posted something here about half of the minis he's got to do. Make sure you look at the mini in the upper left. Yeah, let me get a bigger version of this to look at. Are you talking about what appears to be a beholder composed of jack-o'-lanterns? Holy crap. There's a lot of minis. Were these from that Kickstarter? The New Bones Kickstarter? Ooh. What is this one? What is this guy with the big flappy tentacles? I want him to be my friend. Wang Rod works. I don't know what it means. Well, that's very descriptive. I'll wait my turn as long as I get to watch Bella. Son of a bitch. That's a hell of a collection. This is a hell of a collection, and I can see why after opening that particular Kickstarter you might be feeling a little overwhelmed, Okoro, though I gotta say you got a pretty nice start going on here. And yeah, some contrast and some dry brush could get you through a lot of this pretty damn quick. Nice fucking set and a good haul. Why? In a whole room full of things you could be exploring, why my face? I hate fly season out here, I really do. It's not as bad as it has been. This year has not been particularly terrible, but still, it's just like, all you need is one in a room, or in this case, apparently two. And they decide they're gonna fly around your damn face.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. I have cats, Bella. In fact, we just got a new one. Oh, we named him! I haven't shown you guys the kitten. I posted a couple of pictures of him on the Discord.
50 Shades of Cold Gray. Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
I could not possibly catch the kitten right now to show him. I posted some pictures in the Discord, Bella. If you want to take a look, I will post some more. But we named him. And as is tradition, I almost always name new animals based on whatever show it is that I'm watching or rewatching at the time. We went through... Vergata Rome, you don't understand. This is with the traps, man. And mostly you've heard me complain about moths, to be fair. And I would say that this moth season has been like nothing. Compared to last year, Mothageddon, this is nothing. You don't use contrast paints, you should give it a try, Coral. It's a really, really good system. He's not, though, Soulsworn. We named him. He is named Charles Tucker III, or Trip. And the first, I'm going to tell you right now, we're 15 people away from our 1,500 follows. But the person who can tell me the show that's from first gets a set of Thunderhead dice. You gotta type the whole fucking name in chat. Alright, Darkheart, I'll count that. Nope, Darkheart got it. I'm sorry, Vergata Rome. Darkheart has won a pair of limited edition Thunderhead dice. Because, yeah, Trip is a great name for a cat, is it not? Good job, Darkheart. I'm proud of you. I'm rewatching Enterprise right now. And I realized as I'm rewatching Enterprise that I now have the ability, like, it just hit me. I can add another show to my Star Trek rewatching cycle. It hadn't occurred to me before. I don't know why. I need to add the Orville in. Because I'm almost through Deep Space Nine. I'm completely through TNG and TOS right now. I'm into Enterprise. I'm probably going to avoid Voyager, but I'm going to go right on into the Orville. Well, okay, let's do the Storm Report for God's sake while I sit here and drink my vodka. Wombat Combat had to go back over the model, taking the criticism received in mind. It was definitely a little redder this time. Looks like we eased up on a little bit of the weathering, too. The blue definitely adds a nice pop. This is a tricky thing to do, and this is something that I have struggled with a lot, Wombat Combat. You cannot be afraid of vivid colors, and you cannot be afraid of high contrast. Don't worry about things being too smooth. Lean into the contrast. Yeah. You're right, that is the before picture. I'm a fucking idiot. I was like, wait a second, I'm looking at this, I'm like, is it redder? Am I just talking out of my ass? I am. Oh no. I was sitting there thinking like, there's a little bit more red, and I'll tell you what was happening in my brain. In my brain, I was thinking, how do I word my criticism as constructively as possible while saying that there aren't that many changes? And I was trying to remember what the first picture looked like. That's what I was trying to do. So thank you for pointing out that I'm a fucking moron. Because this is decidedly better. Here's our before. And yeah, very washed out. Much redder. So what all did you do? Wombat Combat, what steps? There's our before, here's our after. I'm curious what in particular you did to bring back the saturation there. Bueno Truno, good to see you, my friend. Look, man, how much can you really expect out of a Wang Rod like me? End of the day, we're lucky that any of this is working at all. Commander Mittens would know a thing or two about being a pro streamer. Can we get a shout out, by the way? Have we gotten one for Wombat Combat yet? Because we really should, but we definitely got to get a shout out for Commander Mittens. Really, very talented painter, very talented streamer. How you doing today? Storm fail? Come on. Nah. You gonna start posting before after the same image and listen to I'd do it too. Ah, Christ. And a very good evening to you too. Dry brush some red around, hit the arc coil with a white dry brushing too to make the white come out more. Okay, I can see that. Yeah. I could definitely see that on the blue. Still left it down in the recesses, which is a nice effect. I've done some plasma coils and arc rifles using sort of a stippling technique before that's been really effective, because it's tricky on these. I like the white. You really want to focus the white. If I was going to give any critique of this particular change that you did here, you want to focus the white towards like these middle 3 coils and leave the blue largely towards the edges here to contrast with the yellow and the brass. Like, it looks good. I would just, if there were any step that I would take to improve it or a thing that I would modify knowing the changes that you made here, that would be it. I would just focus real heavily into the middle and leave that fade out to the edges. It reads more as an electrical arc if you do it that way, but this is a huge improvement. The red is definitely looking better, man. I still love this basing. I know that you just said you use like wall paste on it, or crackle compound, or spackling. I can't remember what you said you used before, but it's very, very simple. This is really effective basing. I really like the texture that you got out of it. It looks very natural, and good use of the tufts. The only thing, you know what you might add into this, if you're looking for changes to make, if after you put down the paste and it's drying, just put a couple of larger rocks. A couple of larger rocks in there. You can get chunks of broken slate that are used for doing like model railroading. You buy a bag of that, it will last you like 10 fucking years. But get a bag of that and just drop a couple little clusters of rocks in here to add a little bit more texture interest, and I think it would dial it up. Needs more shadows, deeper shadows to add contrast. Could just be the lighting though. Yeah, and it's tricky. Taking pictures is always tricky. I always try to see what's a result of the lighting and what's actually there. It could certainly use deeper shadows, but based on the before Soulsworn, I think that just focusing on the contrast and the saturation is the way forward now. Worrying about deepening it, well, that is contrast, actually. I just said that. Focusing on saturation and temperature contrast is, I think, probably the way to go right now, and then focusing more on value contrast as you continue to work Wombat Combat would, I believe, be a productive direction for you to move in. Use torn up corks for, that's a good idea. Actually, yeah, don't listen to me, listen to POV42. Torn up cork is probably easier to acquire and cheaper. I like having pieces of slate because I like the texture that it has, but as far as something you could acquire right now, tearing up chunks of cork and stuffing it in there would be fantastic. I hope that what I said was even remotely comprehensible, Wombat. How you doing today, Commander Mittens? And a very good evening to you. I agree. Really, really nice job on that. Hunks of slate in your yard, very handy. Yeah, just take a hammer outside. You're all set. Here we have from Roland. Ooh, this is summoner? Maybe? It's a Loki. Right? Did I get that one right? I fucking hate clan mechs. I never remember which one's which. Yes, it's a Loki. Fuck yes. That's right, because a summoner is a Thor, and the Thor has the offset cockpit, kind of like the Thunderbolt, right? It's a heck hauler. Nice work on this. We're doing Clan Hell's Horses again, it looks like, Roland, with the red and the green. So I can tell already you're starting to work in more precise, detailed areas. The yellow that you have here, the little bit of cockpit glass work that you've done here. Like, this is a larger array of colors than we'll generally see on models that you've done. You have the weapon tips that have been done in a different color. It looks like you're improving your brush control. Your contrast is a little bit more on point. It's looking real nice. What is the second picture of? It's the same picture, but slightly blurry. Why have you done this to me, Roland? I like this one better. I have no idea. Well, as long as we're both confused. Roland, I have a Streets of Fire poster on the way that's going to be hung in my game room, and I'm going to send you a picture of it. Because it is largely due to you mentioning the movie and me going back and rewatching it that I felt the need to get it. It is such a damn cool poster. So thank you for that, man. Thank you for reminding me of a piece of my childhood that I hadn't thought about in a long time. This is looking real nice, though, Roland. I like that it looks like you used a metallic on this sort of upper arm portion up here. I really dig the blue-black that you have on the weapons. All in all, really nice job. A fine addition to Clan Hell's Horses. Cody is a Hell's Horses blood. All right. That movie. Did Vergaderung remind you of it? By the way, Carbonic Acid, it's good to see you, man. Welcome back. Welcome in. Suggest that I use the Stegodon Green for the gun barrel. Oh, that's a good. Yeah, no, that is a fantastic choice. Stegodon Green, or man, I think everybody should have a bottle of Coal Black. Which I don't think that we've quite replicated in Kursala's Rainy River Designs paints, but we're getting real close. And guys, this is just my stream reminder. Go ahead and hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Kursala and Data Nerds. Fucking fantastic site where they do a whole lot of really great work, produce a lot of Thunderhead Studio merch, and their own line of paints, ballasts, really all kinds of modeling supplies. They're starting to put together sets. They're doing more types of paint. They have overlays which are very similar to a really hyper saturated contrast paint. They're wonderful paints, and I highly suggest you check them out. If you got 5 Thunderhead shirts, Darkheart, you're out of your mind. I don't even have 5 Thunderhead shirts. Can't make it if I don't know what it looks like. All right, you know what? I'll send you. I'll put some on a piece of plastic and I'll send it to you, Kursala. Oh, a 5X size. Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense. I was like, why the fuck would you buy 5 Thunderhead shirts, man? Darkheart, I love you, but don't buy 5 shirts. Oh my god. I feel like I wasted a good joke for the resub. What? Oh my god, you resubbed 18 minutes ago and I didn't say a damn thing. How am I a streamer at all? Carbonic Acid, thank you so much for the resub. Oh, damn it, I did hear that in Chaotic's voice. I didn't read it out loud in his voice, but the more I read it, the more I heard it. Ah. Disappointed in myself. Speaking of chaotic harmony, the stores Tau are finally complete. Let me go ahead and correct your grammar a little bit there. Bella, knock dropping that prime sub. Just go ahead and put that prime sub just all over me, Bella. Thank you so much. Bella knocked. By the way, guys, I don't know if you've been streaming much lately, Bella. She doesn't stream as much. She mostly streams like games that she's playing or whatnot, but does some amazing 3D design work. If you're in this stream because you're interested in the 3D design work I've been doing, definitely check out Bella Noct. Not just here on Twitch, but her other socials. She does some really cool dark fantasy sculpture. Oh, Bella. Looky. You can't really see it because it's tiny. And if I put it up to the camera, it'll be all blurry. But look, it came out really nice. I only had to do one reprint, and I got my supports right, and it only flattened one tiny part of the cuff. But my the Captain Hook that you did recently came out wonderfully, and I'm planning on getting some paints down on her. I will let you know before I do, Bella. Absolutely. Okay, I didn't get it that time. Too much construction going on for streams lately. Gonna have to wait until I move. Yeah, you've had some real problems with that lately, and I'm sorry to hear that. But here we have Chaotic Harmony with the store's Tau finally complete after 6 months of work. We got the ethereal in there and everything. The Taukin patch, as they were. It's one of the most ridiculous themes I've ever seen for a Tau Force. Themed after looking like a pumpkin patch. But I have to say, Chaotic, I think you pulled it off. What it is, I'm not entirely sure, but I quite like it. And it pleases me to know that some completely innocent streamer, some completely innocent gamer interested in what the hell these minigames are all about could wander into that store and wind up playing their first game with a set of Tau painted by Chaotic Harmony to look like a pumpkin patch. There's just something delightfully absurd about that entire scenario. Nicely done, Chaotic. And the display case shot, bam, look at him. Really nice. I particularly like the superhero pose you have on the Crisis suit back here. They're lucky to have you, Chaotic. That store is lucky to have you painting for them. Nicely done. Excuse me. Actual shirts that you could buy? No. What? How did this happen? I don't even know what this game is, but somehow my symbol became associated with Who's Your Daddy, and Chaotic spewing missiles out of his face became associated with Would You Like Some Water? Jackbox is a weird game. Series of games. You guys say you're playing tomorrow, huh? I'll be sure to jump in on that one. Kursalo, stop making me drink hard alcohol. This isn't gonna end well. Alright, let's go down. Here we have from Rio. Which appears to be the remains of Chaotic stabbed by what looks to be a low-res version of the Sword of Omens. It's almost like, it's almost, you know, like that's the kind of sword somebody like Thunderhead might wield. Who knows? No, okay. Fuck you guys. We're not doing this. I'm not going to chug a vodka and cranberry. I'm going to sip it gently and redeem your hydrates over the course of the rest of the stream. It wasn't my fault, White Wolf. I'm out of beer. Oh, chaotic. I particularly like the jawbone hanging off at an angle. That's a lovely touch. A lovely touch, Rio. I just like... Rio, I wish I had your creativity and talent. And I know that sounds like something that we don't like to say around here. I'm just saying, it's genuinely, I wish that I had it. You know what? I am going to drink some water. Screw you guys. Yeah, I'll bet you chug it, Bella. I bet you chug it. I don't know what that means. Anyway, what if the notification hits you? Professional streamer, do not attempt. It's like The Shining, but it's me and with a paintbrush. Not to scale. Rio, I don't know what it is that goes on in your mind, but I love what comes out of it. Taco, 5 minutes. Here's Thunderhead. I particularly like how you've really captured the look on Shelley Long's face in chaotic harmony over here. Wonderful work. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, I agree with carbonic acid. Please never stop making these. These are absolutely incredible. Here we have from Silver Hydra, finally catching up on my massive printing backlog. Gonna take ages to get all the walls printed, but even 2 is making for an impressive structure. I am so glad to see some of these getting done. I haven't really seen that many sets of the Trinity City curtain walls getting printed. I mean, I understand they're kind of a niche piece, like you have to want to build a very specific type of board to print these out, but I have to say, mechanically, this is one of the sets that I'm absolutely the most proud of. There are some things that I would do differently if I were doing it over again, but I really, really love how this set came out and how it all fits together so nicely. Mechanically, I think that the Trinity City curtain walls are some of my best work. And I'm glad that you're getting them printed. I'm glad you like them, and Silver Hydra, I can absolutely not wait to see the kind of boards you build out of them. And thank you for showing off the hex support. You can stand in every damn hex, baby. Every single one. Thought it was a building facade at first. Well, it is. This is 2 of the end pieces stuck together. These are the 2 ends of the wall with little gun towers on them. Normally there would be more wall in between there. From Data Nerd, actually painted something, started this dinosaur when we did our camp when we did our camp in a few weeks ago. I remember that. Added more color to it the other night. Obviously still need to base it, but I'm pretty happy with the actual dinosaur so far. It's a very, actually quite like the sort of mottled hide on it. This is something that I'm not particularly great at myself, is painting natural hides and like scales. I like the transition from the sort of magenta pink red down into the kind of ruddy rust red and then into the yellows and browns of the rest of the skin. Some greens might be a nice touch. I feel like some greens maybe in the crevices down underneath the jaw here and the underarm, maybe coming down towards the end of the feet. Could look pretty good. This would be a good opportunity to practice like painting some spots or some patterns, you know, like down the back. Really nice gradient overall. I agree to Square. Oh, this is the one picture we have of it. All nicely done, and you're making good use of the texture. Tiger stripes? I could buy that. All dry brush. Dry brushing is an incredibly versatile technique. And the more you practice it, Data Nerd, the better you're going to get at it, and the more you'll be able to do with it. I think that this looks pretty damn good. I feel like some greens might just add some interest because it would contrast really well with both the reds and the yellows. But other than that, nicely done. Dry brushing your way to victory. Something I need to practice what I preach a little bit more. Always a little nice to get an extra. Always nice to get an extra little surprise in an order. Ooh. Wait. What'd you order and what'd you get? What the fuck are these even from? I don't recognize either of these machines. Do I? Wait, I guess I kind of recognize. Wait, what is this from? I'm completely out of my depth here. Help me out, White Wolf. Third-party Gundam / mecha models. This is Bandai Spirit. So it looks like it says there. Let me pull up a larger version. Maybe I can get a better view. Oh yeah, no, this is much larger. Okay. Bandai Spirit 1/100 scale plastic model kit, master grade. Bandai Spirit 1/144 high grade. I'm not familiar with either mech. I'm getting a real Zone of the Enders vibe off of the top one, though, I can tell you that. No idea where the kits are from. The cards are from Shokunin Gunpla out of Toronto. Oh shit. They're really cool looking figures. I look forward to seeing them assembled. Or are they just cards? Oh, no. You ordered and you just got these cards for the figures. That makes more sense. They didn't give you 2 free kits, right? Because that would be crazy. Because they look like complex kits to just be giving them out. But they want you to buy them, and they want you to be aware that they exist. Order was an RG Ashtray Red and the RG Banshee Norn. Okay. Kahara is from Zeta Gundam prequel manga Advance of Zeta. That explains why I have no fucking idea what it is. I watched Zeta Gundam, but I did not read the prequel manga. All of the AOZ designs are named after rabbits from Watership. Oh my god. Oh my god. I guess I have heard of a few of them before. You kind of just blew my mind a little bit there, Vergata. Yeah, characters. Characters from Watership Down. Which, by the way, is one of the most traumatic experiences of my entire young life. You just, like, hit me with a spike of PTSD. Thank you for that. Memorial for the first year anniversary of their online shop. They look like damn nice kits, White Wolf. Gonna need to bolt down the last letter of my name again. Or super good in place, hard to tell, since so many seem to keep missing it. Maybe epoxy would keep it in place. Recovering from my second vaccine. Got nothing for the Storm Report, at least when posting this. Gonna try and do something a little bit. May or may not be successful. At least I can concentrate today. Thanks for the continued support, White Wolf. They're missing the at the end of it. From Shell. Well, I'm glad to hear that you got your second shot, dude, and I hope that the recovery was not too terrible, is not too terrible. You guys, you wait. You're both purple! I'm sorry. You're right. No, to Square, Vergata wrong, you're absolutely right. Both of your names are purple, and I read purple, and I was like, oh, Verg said that. I'm drinking. Give me a break. I should stop. You guys should just become friends and move in together, and then I can refer to you as sort of a singular entity, and then... I'm a lightweight Vergata rum. I'm an incredibly... I don't even drink that much. Yeah, Square, I'm sorry you're Vergata rum from now on, and it might be a little uncomfortable, but it's either that, or I could be wrong, and that's not acceptable, so... I hate to be the one to tell you this. You're Vergata rum now. That's just where we are. POV42 made a different kind of Battletech art today. The Fafnir is just a buff cicada. Change my mind. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a cicada that spends a little time, you know, on the glam muscles here and here. So who's Verd gonna be? Vergatarung is now raining fire. Here we have from Skull Fairy. I interrupt this regularly scheduled storm report of miniatures painting in 2D art with something more regular human-sized. My most recent crochet project held by Hypnotic Mom. Ooh, nice work, Skull Fairy. I need a new... Oh my god. I have a crocheted blanket that a friend of mine made for me sitting on CQ in, out in California. And it's one of my favorite blankets. And it has finally started to come apart. It has finally started to unravel a little bit. Actually, here's a question. You do crochet, Skull Fairy, if you're still here. Can you repair crochet? Because I have no fucking clue how to do that. Hello, Hypnotic Mom. Welcome in. How are you doing today? If you have the capacity to repair crochet that has started to unravel, I am going to give this blanket to you and request that you do that, if that is acceptable. Because I love this blanket, and it has gradually started to come. Just like one hole has started to form. If you'd be willing to do that for me, that would be just fucking amazing. This is really, really nice work. Really nicely done, Skull Fairy. Sun Spider's just a giant locust. Yes. Here we have from Gus Schultz. My latest project is converting the McFarlane Primaris Marine into a Corn Berserker, but you can't have the Berserker the same size as a wimpy 7-inch Primaris, bulking him up to 8 1/4 inches. Jesus Christ, look at this. Look at the diagram of his insane musculature. Oh my god. It'll never be the same. You can make it last a little longer. That's fine by me, Skull Fairy. As long as it stops acquiring damage, I am happy. Space Marine musculature has always been complete nonsense, but this is really something. This is really something. Look at this fucking meat machine. I can see, yeah, you're gonna be... Are you adding a split, it looks like, down the center to kind of widen his shoulders out? Okay. Let's take a look. Extending all the armor to get the height needed. Yeah, looks like we got a split down the middle, and then we're enhancing the torso a little bit there to get it up to the full size. We got a split in the leg that's going to be filled in. Gus, you do some amazing work with putties. Absolutely amazing stuff. The proportions of Space Marines have always been some fucking nonsense, Darkheart. At least the Primaris have better proportions than the old Space Marines. You quartered them. Okay. Gus, no, really, you do, like, I don't do as much of this. I used to do a lot of work like this before I got into 3D printing, but even at my best, I didn't approach anything like the night that you did, and I have to say, I am very excited to see how this project turns out. Gus Schultz, please keep sharing with us, because I want to see where this is going. Now, for the Corn Berserker, are you going to do the classic, like, what are those called? Like, two flat antlers with like skulls and shit in them, the classic skull corn. There's a name for that. I can't think of what it is. The big flappy Mickey Mouse ears. You know the ones I'm talking about. Oh, Coral, you have a fantastic night, man. Corn horns. There we go. Headdress. That's good. How about crest? Does crest sound good? Corn crest? That sounds like some kind of like a southwestern dish, actually, as I say it out loud. Huh. Anyway, Here we have from Kursala, decided to do the first test print of the Dauber's upper half. It's a little gooey since I apparently need to adjust my exposure settings and there's no head yet, but I'm liking the way it looks so far. It does look pretty nice. I like the proportions on it. I particularly like the arrangement of the shoulders to the head reminds me quite a lot of the Matsumoto from Robot Jox, which you guys might know I'm a pretty big fan of Robot Jox. You might know that by now. I might have mentioned that once or twice. Also, I love this song. Just saying. More of a Colgate kind of guy. Corn cob. I know, right? I never talk about Robot Jox. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of the Matsumoto 14 in the proportions here. I particularly like the, just the flat across the shoulders. I don't know, something about it. Something about it works for me. Really fantastic design and crafting work on this, Kursala. Yeah, get those exposure settings dialed in because I'd love to see the finished crisp print of this particular figure. Also, always feel free to fire me some files if you need some more testing. Ooh, today we have an Operation Lancaster preview from Sumatha, and you thought that Terran squirrels were bad. There's a fly flied into my face. You haven't been to Pantherus 6, have you? I actually let Matt Plog completely off the chain with this one. For the local fauna featured on Operation Lancaster, I normally had a pretty thorough biological write-up for the creatures that he would be drawing, but in this case, I literally gave him the name of the creature and let him loose, and he did not disappoint. From the email from Mr. Plog, where he first showed me the sketch of the creature he came up with. Demon Squirrel. Demon Squirrel. For this guy, you did leave me open for interpretation, but I wasn't sure whether to take it the more horrid route or somewhat more ironic, so I went with the latter. With black tufted whiskers likely to detect the incoming aerial predators that seem prevalent, wide eyes and large ears, the whiskers tend to give it a classic Mephistopheles look with horns and forked goatee, added with the large ruffled mane and its penchant for having its articulated raccoon-like hands rest in a devilishly contemplative position. It also has a large tufted tail end, often looking like a pitchfork. It's got two sets of limbs for its primary climbing and manipulation uses, and rabbit-like hind legs for leaping and speed, aided by its forward-looking eyes' good stereoscopic vision. The eyes could also be colored lighter, indication that they're possibly red or pink, aiding to its evil look and maybe implying that it can see outside of normal spectrums. Plog himself has since taken to calling this critter Mr. Scrufflestopheles. I'm drinking water, White Wolf. You're not wrong, I asked for this. Let's take a look. Oh, it's adorable. Oh, Scrufflestopheles. This is fantastic. See, he can do organic work. He certainly can. It's just, humans are tough. Human beings are tough. It's one of those things where, like, every single person on Earth knows what a human being should look like. We know human faces, we know human proportions. That doesn't mean that we can recreate them accurately. That is the realm of the artist and why we have to practice and work hard to do it. But it's like when something's off, like some part of your brain can say, like, that doesn't look right, even if you can't say particularly what it is that doesn't look right. But in the case of Scrufflestopheles, there's nothing to compare it to. It's just right. And the detail work is phenomenal. I love the little horns. That's magnificent. Wow. Well, in usual Plog style, it definitely has a certain dynamic nature to it. I particularly like the large, glistening, soulless eyes. That's a nice touch. Wonderfully done. Yeah, those are friendly at least. Yeah, that's something. That's something. Coming down here we have from White Wolf for Therapy, admittedly Friday. Insert witty name here edition. Couldn't do a damn thing for focusing yesterday due to side effects from second vaccine dose, so pretty much a Netflix day. But today I've been able to slowly get a few things sorted out, couple of hints at additional projects on the desk, the Zaku 1 Sniper 810. But today we see an interlude for the one thing hubby's been begging for almost 3 years now, his own Nathavar, aka the dragon from Dragons Don't Share 2014 edition. Can't do that long a session at the desk right now before the eyes start acting up, but the goal is to get this dragon cleaned up and assembled before hubby wakes up. Yay for graveyard shifts. Oh, that's a big, nasty-looking dragon there. Interesting-looking base that it goes on, too. And there's like a dragon bust over here. That's kind of cool. I really do like these sprue holders you've got set up. I keep noticing these. I don't think I have the space to devote to it right now, but in my next office, I want to do something like that. I think that that is a fucking great idea. Well, I'm looking forward to that build, as always. White Wolf. Here we have from Darkheart X9 pics of past painted figures from 2003. The first character is actually carrying a Tau weapon of... Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of this. Ah, the classics, here you go. Pics of past painted figures from 2003, gotcha. First is actually carrying a Tau weapon in place of an autocannon. Oh yeah, he's got a burst cannon, doesn't he? Oh, this is awesome. I love seeing things dated like this because I can think back to, like, what was I doing in 2003? I was painting models. I don't even think I was painting models as well as this. Admittedly, Homeboy here has the kind of, like, there are things that cannot be unseen, super bug-eyed look going on. I love the... He's got, like a hair metal, like a glam metal thing going on. He's rocking, like some cheetah... Or not cheetah pattern, but, like stripy cat pattern in a bright yellow with, like a blue kind of do-rag going on. He looks like a rock god. I'm glad that you still have these pics. Catacan Jungle Fighters, hell yeah. They've gotten like a whole new range since, man, 2003 was a good year for 40k, honestly. I know some people probably don't remember it as fondly as I do, but I've got good memories of 40k in 2003. Interesting and diverse choice of basing on here, too. Yeah, the burst cannon, that's a nice touch. Well, thank you for sharing, Darkheart. Please feel free to post this in some of our other picture channels, too. It is really good that even if you don't have the original figures, just having pictures of the original figures to compare your current work to is huge. Oh, look, it's a gonk. And he's just doing a little shuffle to the music that I'm playing. It's like, it's almost perfectly timed. It's not quite. Look at him go. This is oddly mesmerizing. I have to move away from this. That's just, yeah, okay. Also from Darkheart X9, Yoshi, like a got something for your ass, Mario. Oh my god, what is Yoshi doing? Why is he a Deathwing biker? Why? Darkheart, why have you done this? This is... No, I've been trying to encourage you more and more to work on these projects, but had I known that this is where it was heading, I never would have encouraged you. This is... yeah. Let's because you can. Well, that's as good a reason as any. Here we have from Crimson Angel, some of my Karita Sword of Light painted during lockdown last year. A lot of people got into painting last year, and a lot of people got a lot of work done. These are nice. We've got an Akuma over here. Really, really like the black to red fade. Really fine edge highlighting. Very effective. We got a long bow over here. This appears to be... Is this one of Strato's Wolverines? Oh, these look fantastic, Smackweasel. Please pass on my compliments. These look really, really great. I particularly like the Atlas. He's got like how to describe the face shape that we have on the skull here. I like how he stopped it across the brow and then kind of controlled it. It looks almost like he's wearing like a mask. The two little antennas. Like, this is a really rough model to paint, this particular Atlas, but this is one of the better looking ones I've seen. I love the little bit of lensing that we have on the two eyes there. Sort of Iron Man faceplate. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it, Sumitha. You're right. Exactly what I was thinking for Yadarung. Like, the Akuma honestly usually looks really fucking goofy and lame, but this is a very effective paint job. It makes it look... It's like the sort of subtle edge highlighting helps you both see the shape of the face and also doesn't emphasize it too much. It looks more vicious and less goofy. Lovely work. I am loving this guy here, though. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of Strato's Wolverines. This little... And I'm not sure, is this modeled in, this little slight crenellation pattern here? Is that modeled in, or is that something that he painted himself? I love the black to red fade just across this panel. This is lovely work. This is one of the best looking renditions of this particular version of the Wolverine I think I've seen. Look even better in real life. That happens a lot. Taking pictures of minis is difficult, but this is a pretty nice picture. Good choice of basing too. A man after my own heart. He chose colors that are going to contrast with the mini itself without drawing too much attention away from it. I always have a little bit of a critique. I always have a little bit of a critique for the use of these tufts on battle mechs, but like, that's the only thing I can think about these to go, like, I might have done that differently, and even then, it doesn't draw away from the quality of the paint job at all. This one in particular, this guy right here in the middle, looks fucking amazing. Thank you for sharing this with us. And please pass along my compliments. These look wonderful. And I'm glad to see the lockdown was spent well. Here we have from Sumitha. Operation Lancaster preview. I was going to save this one for another time, but I think with some of the subject matters that has been discussed tonight, well, we need to end on a properly wholesome note. Sometimes when you're low, you just need a good hug with your closest friends, while the smell of pizza fills the room and your companion dragon rests peacefully on the porch outside your door. I genuinely love the lighting effect that Plog created on the porch. The idea that he had for was that the light itself would be unique, marking, this is home. For the dragon to find at night, lest an unsuspecting neighbor pull their blinds in the morning to a particularly surprising guest on their doorstep. I'm really, really happy with how I've been able to work with Plog to create a form of dragon that genuinely feels like it right at home in the Battletech universe. Again, this is just plain wholesome, and I honestly think it's just what Operation Lancaster desperately needed most. Right? A little rest. There's a lot of trauma in Operation Lancaster. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of war. There's a lot of absent friends. And sometimes you just need to bring it home. In this case, what this stream does as well. I agree. Thank you for the community you created the foundation for. Oh, thank you, Sumitha. I really do appreciate that. White Wolf. Oh, that's a pet dragon. You really have created a unique, compelling, and as you note, for all these sort of outlandish details in Operation Lancaster, they're well grounded within the possibilities of the Battletech universe. And Sumitha, you nail something in your writing and in your imagination that I think is sorely lacking from Battletech. It's sorely lacking from many of the war games that have really, really broad universes. People, I'm trying to word this in a non-pejorative fashion. A lot of people see fantastic things. A lot of people imagine fantastic things, and their instinct is to reach up to those things and to grasp them and to pull them down into our world, into the mundane. This has, for a long time, been my comparison between Marvel and DC, and why I generally like DC better than Marvel. Because Marvel, and this is not saying anything bad, it's just different. It's just stylistically different. Marvel tends to reach for those grand things and to grasp them and to drag them down into our world, whereas DC reaches down from the heavens, from the world of the fantastic, and pulls us up into it. It elevates us into that fantastic world. And this is something that honestly should be done more in these settings, but is not. People are eager, in Battletech in particular, to drag everything down into the dirt to make it as mundane and as plain as possible. And I don't think that they're doing it maliciously. I just think they're doing it because maybe they want to believe the world. They want to liken it to things that they're familiar with. Operation Lancaster does the opposite. From my reading of it, Operation Lancaster does the opposite. It explores the plausible limits of what could exist in the Battletech universe. It has fun with it. It tells very, very human stories. And this is a wonderful image. It's a wonderful image that really sums up all of the flowery bullshit that I'm talking about. You have a tender moment happening inside, and then we have this lovely dragon napping outside. I particularly love the blast door detail here. It's subtle, but you can tell where it would come down. And there's a sort of irony that we have this sliding steel blast door, and then we have what appears to be like a wooden hinged deck door right behind it. It's sort of an interesting juxtaposition, isn't it? Well, except for me, I reach towards the meme-friendly general channel and winds up on a post-it note. Well, Rio, you're a special case. Oh, that is going to bring us, folks, to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, in accordance with the prophecy, to the end of tonight's stream. Oh, who are we gonna raid? Let's pick a raid target right quick. Who's doing what? Wapelius is going. Zombie Brush Studios is going. We don't get the opportunity to raid him very much. It looks like he just got going a little while ago, so we're gonna get that going, guys. Please, even if you're turning in for the night, which I know a number of you are, stick around for just a few minutes. Check out Zombie Brush Studios' stream. Please consider giving him a follow if you like what you see. He's one of the better painters here on Twitch. Like, he has a really unique individual style that, if you're interested in miniature painting, deserves a moment of consideration and exploration. I love Zombie Brush's studio. Zombie Brush Studios' stream. And I love his painting style. So yeah, we are going to be gone Sunday and likely Tuesday. I'm pretty sure Tuesday. Hethrir is going to be visiting me here on my property. Now, as I noted before, this is something we'll be able to avoid in the future because we're going to be hanging out in the game room playing games. I'm going to be getting this set up inside of the next month so that we can start doing some tabletop gaming streams. Once that's done, when people visit me, we can actually have streams. We can stream some live games. I think that's going to be a wonderful time. I just don't want to stream while he's here. I feel like that would be rude unless I could include him in some way. But yeah, we're going to be playing some games. I'll be sharing. I'll be online over the course of that. Guys, we'll be back Thursday doing some more 3D modeling, working on this project again. Thank you to everybody who participated today. Thank you for everybody who came out today. Thank you for everybody in the Storm Report. And as always, thank you to my mods. Oh my god, you guys are amazing. I'm going to send you off to Zombie Brush. I'm going to go get something to eat. Until next time, keep on painting.